Channel 9 Sports Exclusive is brought to you by University Orthopedics and Sports Medicine.
This is college football on ABC Sports.
Don't look now, but Bobby Bowden's Seminoles are back in the hunt for another ACC title. Winners of 3 in a row, Florida State's offense is on a roll, led by quarterback Chris Ricks and big play receivers Javon Walker and Tallman Gardner. Former longtime Seminoles assistant Chuck Amato brings NC State into Tallahassee with his own playmakers. Quarterback Philip Rivers, running back Ray Robinson, and Butkus Awards semifinalist LeVar Fisher, the ACC's leading tackler. It's the protege taking on the master in Tallahassee next on ABC Sports. And a great look down on an absolutely gorgeous Saturday afternoon in November as we welcome you to Doak Campbell Stadium here in Tallahassee, where the Seminoles have never lost an ACC game. Today, the number 10 team in the country playing host to the Wolfpack of NC State. And hi, everybody, I'm Terry Gannon. NC State under Chuck Amato comes in trying to win for the 3rd consecutive game. They are 1 win overall away from that magic number of 6 to become bowl eligible. In terms of Bobby Bowden in Florida State, well, they're on a roll as of late. They have absolutely turned things around. They're in a position now to win their 10th consecutive ACC championship and earn a bid to one of the BCS bowls. Welcome in my partner this afternoon, the former New York Giant Mike Mayock. And Mike, what he's been able to do here in the last 3 weeks, Bobby Bowden, I'm talking about the Seminoles, they look like the Florida State of old.
Yeah, and they really turned it around, in my opinion, in the last 4 minutes of the first half against Maryland. Quarterback Chris Ricks had been effective all season long, took a tremendous shot to his jaw right there. Had to leave the football game, take stitches. Maryland scores 14-0 late in the half. Ricks re-enters the game, 4 consecutive passes, including this completion to Tallman Gardner, 14-7. Next series, quarterback rolls out. Michael Boulware steps in front, not only creates the turnover, but also a touchdown. It's 14-14. The place is rocking. Ricks last minute in the first half, touchdown Gardner and Terry. Instead of 14-0 deficit, all of a sudden it's a 21-14 halftime lead. And let me tell you something, they're back and the Noles are for real.
What about NC State now? You've got a guy at quarterback there, Philip Rivers, who was the ACC Rookie of the Year last season. He's not putting up those same numbers this season, but when you talk to the NC State coaches, they say he's really grown in terms of leadership.
Yeah, he has, and it's a different look for Florida State after 2 consecutive weeks of a rushing quarterback. Consummate pocket passer, 14 touchdowns against only 5 INTs. However, the key may be today with his tailback, Ray Robinson. 33 receptions this year, 2 consecutive 100-yard games. Terry, I really believe if they're going to compete with Florida State today, Ray Robinson needs to make some big plays.
Well, it's homecoming weekend in more than one way. Chuck Amato coming home. He spent 18 years on the sidelines as an assistant coach to Bobby Bowden. Now he's the head coach of NC State. The Wolfpack and the Seminoles next.
Hey, Hallie Eisenberg drinking a Pepsi.
Actually, this isn't a Pepsi. It's new Pepsi Twist with lemon. And I'm not Hallie Eisenberg.
I'm Halle Berry.
Drinking Pepsi Twist.
Well, it's not exactly Pepsi Twist. It's Diet Pepsi Twist. And I'm not exactly Halle Berry.
You know.
I'm Barry Bostwick.
Who is Barry Bostwick?
Like twists? Try new Pepsi Twist in regular and diet. A lemon twist on that great Pepsi taste.
After Dad's stroke, he had to go into a nursing home.
Well, it was okay. It was nearby.
Yeah, but it wasn't like home. After a couple of months, we could bring him here and take care of him. He likes it better here. Right, Dad?
Food's better.
Flexible benefits for ongoing care from Mutual of Omaha.
Social life is not much.
Helping families take care of one another for over 90 years.
Those must have been some cookies you left Santa.
I didn't leave them cookies. I left them cheese.
Ah, the power of cheese. Choose road. Validating tires.
BF Goodrich tires with traction advantage.
Approved.
For control you can feel. BF Goodrich tires. Take control.
Here in Italy, there's a place where the chicken marsala is so good you never forget it. And now Chef Neri has taught our Olive Garden chefs the secrets of her recipe so they can make it for you tonight. Olive Garden, when you're here, you're family.
Back at Doak Campbell Stadium, Florida State taking the field here 39-0 over the years in ACC play at home. It's Bobby Bowden's club. They come in 6-2 overall this season, 5-1 in the ACC, tied of course with the Maryland Terrapins at the top. NC State will certainly play a role in who wins the ACC championship. They've got the Seminoles today, and they've also got the Terps to close out the ACC season. Chuck Amato back in Tallahassee for the first time, his second year as the head coach at NC State. They played Florida State last year in Raleigh, but he spent 18 years here. And Mike not only has a daughter who lives here, but he's got 2 homes and a condo still here in Tallahassee.
Yeah, and the daughter you referenced also married a former Florida State football player, center Jared Morris. So the ties to the community are more than just bricks and sticks. They're family.
An emotional weekend. He joked about it the other day, saying that you might get off the bus and walk to the wrong locker room and maybe the wrong side of the football field. But once, of course, the football game starts, all of that's out the window. And Bobby Bowden, on the other hand, used to those emotional games last week. Bowden Bowl 3, of course, with Tommy at Clemson. And he'll say the same thing. You know, he wants to beat you as badly as any other game, whether he's up against his son, whether he's up against an old assistant coach or what.
Yeah, there's no question. It's interesting, though. I think it's a lot more emotional for Bobby to play against Tommy, because as he told us yesterday, you lose games as a football coach, you can lose your job. And Bobby takes that very seriously. A little easier today against Chuck.
26 years as the head coach of the Florida State Seminoles. He has never lost a homecoming game in 25 of those here in town. Florida State won the toss. They deferred to the second half. So it'll be NC State getting the ball first here in Tallahassee on what's just a perfect Saturday afternoon. Great look down on Doak Campbell Stadium. The Goodyear blimp. Stars and stripes high above. 2 losses earlier in the season for Florida State with what is a very young club, and of course a redshirt freshman starting at quarterback in Chris Ricks. But the loss, a shocker to North Carolina, 41-9, and then the Miami loss. But this has been a different team in the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, I really liken them back to their vertical pass game is just as good as it was in '93 or '99.
Jesse Stein, the sophomore out of St. Petersburg, will kick it away to Lamont Reed and Greg Golden. And we're underway in Tallahassee. Golden, 2 yards deep, is going to bring it back out for the Wolfpack. Across the 20 and up to the 25-yard line. And that's where the Pack will start their opening series. Josh Charles in on this stop. And the Wolfpack 3-3 in the ACC. And overall, 5-3 as you look at Phillip Rivers, the ACC Rookie of the Year last season. 62% of his passes completed this year. 3rd in the ACC in terms of yardage. They'll bring it up to the line of scrimmage, 1st and 10. Jericho Cotchery split to the near side. They fake the reverse. There goes Ray Robinson, who's got a big hole on the near sideline. And across the 45 to the 47-yard line goes Robinson. They'll move the chains. Michael Boulware in on the stop. A gain of 23. The offensive line for NC State is not a big one. They only average about 279. Chris Colmer has been the most consistent at right tackle. Keegan Ware back after 2 broken legs. Backs and receivers, Robinson as effective catching the ball as he is running the ball. Brian Peterson, the #1 receiver, but Willie Wright, one of the best tight ends you're going to see in college football.
Yeah, and you'll enjoy him today, folks. They line him up all over the field. Flex him, split him, great hands.
1st and 10 at the 47. Autry in motion to the far side. Now the shotgun is Rivers. Over the middle, he's wide open, complete, and then he just gets nailed by Bradley Jennings. Autry hung on, though. Defensive line for Florida State. Maybe the best part of this defense, especially at the tackle spots. Humble and Dockett. Dockett is so active. Pope, Jennings, and Boulware. Bradley Jennings really recruited by Chuck Amato at Florida State. Samuels and Tatum getting a start at the cornerback spot for Rufus Brown.
Quarterback split out. Now they're going to get a direct snap.
Olin Hannum takes it, rolls out, throws. Peterson bobbles, caught inside the 20. Peterson all the way down to the 9-yard line. Brian Peterson, the junior out of Clinton, North Carolina, and a gain of 31.
And think about what they've done the first 3 plays of the game. Great game plan by Amato. They come out the first play, fake the reverse. Now they come in on the 3rd play. They split quarterback wide. Olin Hannum, the backup quarterback, takes a direct snap, completes the pass to Cotchery. And I have to tell you, Terry, 3 plays consecutive. You got to love the game plan by Amato. Now he's got the Noles back on their heels already early in the first quarter.
So you wonder what tricks Chuck Amato had for his old mentor. Well, we've seen them already. Phillip Rivers, though, back in at quarterback out of the shotgun now. Throws behind the intended receiver, almost picked off. Troy Graham, the redshirt freshman out of Miami, had it, lost it. Looked for a moment like Kendall Pope might have it.
Now, it's interesting when you talk to Bobby Bowden about this NC State team. He really focused in on Rivers. He said that his release was as quick as anybody he could remember outside of Dan Marino.
That's pretty good company right there.
Yeah, I'm not trying to put the 2 in the same boat, but let me tell you something. He can get rid of the football.
Olin Hannum now split. The backup quarterback. They'll move him around, put him in a lot of different spots. Coach Ray Jackson. Fumble in the end zone. NC State. Derek Green comes up with it, and that's a touchdown for the Wolfpack. What a way to score your first 6 of the ball game.
That is amazing. Center Derek Green. How many times do you think he's done that, Terry? Another fake reverse. This is just a little guard trap up inside. Jackson gets hit, fumbles the football. It's wide open. You think you got a shot at it? Nope. Center Derek Green gets it.
Adam Kiker on for the extra point. The sophomore out of Wadesboro up and through the uprights. So the Pack taking the opening kickoff and driving from their own 24 all the way down to the end zone and scoring on an unusual play. 7-0 NC State early here in Tallahassee.
What would you do if someone passed you the keys to a Pontiac Grand Am for a week?
Now I'm getting psyched. I can't believe I did it. Oh my God! How do you feel? So excited. Got it, Grammy. The state number 3, right? I'm telling everybody for the rest of my life about this.
So what would you do with a Pontiac Grand Am? Tell us at Pontiac.com.
You gotta have fun. A little bit of celebrating does not bother me.
These are great athletes playing the game of football. That's a celebration. That's fun.
That's because you ain't got no rhythm, man.
It's about individuality, Chris. It's called professional football. Act like a professional.
Stop talking about professional and organized. They're kids. Let the kids have some fun.
I'll show you some fun. Oh, no, he didn't. No, he didn't.
NFL Countdown, Sundays, 11 a.m. Eastern on ESPN.
You're looking for one person. One person who can point to solutions instead of pointing fingers. I'm Dell Enterprise, servers, storage, and premier services. And when they build me, they build a central knowledge base. So I not only have one person with all the answers, I have thousands. Premier Enterprise Services. Total accountability on site, online, and on the phone. Easy as Dell. Dell PowerEdge servers use Intel Pentium 3 Xeon processors.
What would you do if someone passed you the keys to a Pontiac Grand Prix for a week?
I'm out, man. Let's go.
I'm out to see the world. San Francisco, here we go.
Are we having fun yet? Doesn't take much to have fun, does it?
Man, it's like riding on a surfboard.
You're gonna have to call me Dixie if I wear this.
All right, Dixie.
I can smell the salt water from here. Give us the swell, baby.
So what would you do with the Pontiac Grand Prix? Tell us at Pontiac.com.
There's some good surf out there.
The champs track down the Titans in their first meeting. Now Tennessee is looking for payback. Ravens, Titans, round 2. Monday Night Football at 9 Eastern on ABC.
Well, the key to this play, aside from the great fumble recovery by Derek Green, is the right guard, Keegan Weir, collapses the entire side of the Florida State defense. Fumble into the end zone. You got a hustling center, Derek Green, down the field. And Terry, we got a football game, 7-0 NC State.
And they move the football all the way down the field against the defense as you look at Rafonso Thorpe and PK Sam back deep waiting for Florida State. But a defense, the Seminoles, that has given up 58 points in their last 2 games. So the offense is clicked, but they're giving up a lot of points defensively. Here's Thorpe from his own 3. Gets outside briefly and then run out of bounds at the 24. Corey Dawson ran him out there and some extracurricular afterward. So Florida State will take over on their first possession of the afternoon. Out at the 24-yard line, Chris Ricks, the redshirt freshman out of Santa Margarita, California. The struggles early, but then in the last 2 weeks actually, 9 touchdown passes in 2 games and 719 yards. Greg Jones, the lone setback, getting the start today, and he is a load. Ricks on the roll, looking, throwing, complete at the 41-yard line. Javon Walker, the senior out of Lafayette, Louisiana, on the catch, and a gain of 17. Offensive line for Florida State playing very well as of late, especially Brett Williams, who's been dominant. 2-time All-ACCer. The backs and receivers for the Seminoles. Jones getting the start. Nick Maddox is banged up. He's got a bad ankle. We may or may not see him this afternoon. Bell, Walker, very effective the last couple of weeks, especially. Carver Donaldson, the tight end.
He's getting the signal in from the sidelines, changing the play.
1st and 10 from the 41. Greg Jones looks for room. Nothing doing over the left side. Julius Patterson, number 32, initially on the hit. Defense for NC State. Corey Smith has caused 6 fumbles this year. George Anderson maybe a bit undersized at that other defensive end spot, but very active. Burnett, Fisher, very good and experienced linebackers. Top 2 tacklers in the ACC. Marcus Hudson with a brother on the Florida State side this afternoon. We'll have more on that. But this is a secondary for NC State that will definitely be tested today.
Especially with two freshmen on the corner.
2nd and 9. Ricks, the straight drop. Had time initially, but down he goes as a flag comes out at the Florida State 45. Corey Smith, the defensive end, the senior from Richmond, Virginia, got there.
And I know Bobby Bowden and his son Jeff, the offensive coordinator, will go after those young corners. Good protection early. This is a coverage sack, folks. Corey Smith just falls off the block, makes the play. We got a late flag from the back judge.
Holding on the defense. 10 yards. Previous back. It'll be a first down.
And that was away from where Ricks was trying to go, which is why Chuck Amato was so upset. Automatic first down also.
Moves it into NC State territory at the 48-yard line.
Look at him. A little emotion.
Chuck will spend some energy on the sideline throughout a game. The Seminoles operating out of the eye right now. Jones the tailback, and here's that change as Chris Ricks gets the call from the sideline and then decides on what play they're going to run.
He sees 2 deep coverage.
Tosses to Greg Jones, who looks for a hole on the right side, and just with his strength able to get ahead for about 2. Ryan Jamison, number 20, in on the stop, but Greg Jones at 6'1", 243 pounds, only a sophomore, not your average normal Florida State tailback.
You know, he's limping a little bit. I saw him tape the last 2 weeks. He's got a little bit of a gimpy ankle, but he's a little different, as you referenced, Terry, than what you usually see with that quick scat back type of guy, but he still flies at 250 pounds. Okay, they're playing a game out there. North Carolina State secondary all over the place, trying to confuse the young quarterback. Gets the call from the sideline.
Toss to Jones, coming to the near side, has a hole. Good tackle in the open field at the 38-yard line, but Jones may have gotten the first down. Terrence Holt, the brother of Torrey, on the stop. And it does appear that Jones got enough for the first down.
Keep in mind, folks, the starting tailback, Nicky Maddox, is hurt. Look at the fullback, 39. He's going to seal the corner right there with the block on the edge. That leaves Jones one-on-one with the defensive back. I think he's hurt, and he usually brings a little bit more into a defensive back than that play right there.
1st and 10 for the Seminoles now. Ricks under center. Gives it to Jones. Cuts one way, bounces back. Struggles ahead to the 33. Roger Pollard, backup outside linebacker for the Wolfpack on the hit. Well, Maddox has got the ankle, and Bobby Bowden talked about it this week. He said he could play this week. He practiced one day, and he thought he looked okay, but he'd love to keep him out and get him healthy for next week.
It's their own version of thunder and lightning.
Jones is certainly the thunder. And, of course, next week, Florida State players not wanting to look ahead, but got the Gators down in the swamp. Play action for Ricks. Goes up top, going deep. Got his man. Touchdown, Florida State. Tallman Gardner on the catch. It's his 6th touchdown catch in the last 3 weeks. Gardner, the junior out of New Orleans, had 10 touchdown catches a year ago. Really didn't see the ball that much the first half of this season, but he's come alive in the last 3 weeks. 33 yards to the end zone.
Yeah, he's explosive. If they get you one-on-one on the edge, they will throw it up, folks.
Xavier Padilla splits the uprights. So both teams able to move the ball down the field in their opening drives. The Wolfpack getting on the board first. Ricks, the 33-yard strike to Tallman Gardner. And we are tied at 7.
What would you do if someone passed you the keys to a Pontiac Grand Am for a week?
We're going to drive as fast as we can to San Francisco.
We're doing big things for the Pontiac Grand Am. Big things, baby.
3-car park next 3 exits. How do we get to 3-car?
Vegas!
This is like living a dream, baby.
Yeah! Welcome to Vegas, baby. We on the strip, baby.
On the strip.
Oh, yeah!
Girls gone wild at the Bellagio.
Yes.
So what would you do with the Pontiac Grand Am?
How you doing?
Tell us at Pontiac.com. What would you do if someone passed you the keys to a Pontiac Grand Prix for a week?
We're on our way to Lime Rock, premier Grand Prix racetrack around here.
Where else would you take a Grand Prix except on a Grand Prix track?
Let me see how you handle, baby.
Did I tell you?
It's so much fun.
Get out of my way.
Talk about an adventure. None of us have ever been to AC. Tuxes, dinner. What do you mean it's nice? I don't look like a waiter.
Can you hit him? So what would you do with the Pontiac Grand Prix?
Elvis!
Tell us at Pontiac.com.
ABC Sports presentation of college football brought to you by Pontiac. What would you do with some Pontiac excitement? Dr. Pepper and your local Dr. Pepper bottler. Be you. Nothing's better. Dr. Pepper. Mutual of Omaha, providing insurance and financial services. And Dell. Enterprise systems that are easy to build, easy to own, easy as Dell. Campus here in Tallahassee on homecoming weekend. Tallman Gardner with his touchdown catch just a moment ago. The strike from Chris Ricks to tie up the ball game at 7, and so far it's an offensive shootout.
Yeah, Tallman Gardner's been on fire, and you can't throw that football any better than Chris Ricks did on that one-on-one coverage.
Well, we've watched him all season, and we've watched tapes getting ready for this. How much he has, just in terms of decisions, gotten better and better as Golden goes to one knee, and the Wolfpack will start at their own 20.
And what I like there is that what Ricks did on that last play is he identified single coverage on the corner. And worst case scenario, he put it in a place where no one else could get it but his receiver.
Pontiac Game Solutions.
Well, first one for State. Ricks can't be Barry Bonds. No home runs. You know what, folks? He just hit one. No turnovers move the chains offensively, and they've got to not just get a tie on special teams. NC State's got to win the special teams battle.
First and 10 at their own 20. Philip Rivers in at quarterback. We've seen Olin Hannum there already this young game. Ray Robinson, the inside give, fights his way out to the 25-yard line. Gain of about 5 for Kevin Emanuel. Got there on the stop.
And for Florida State, for the Pontiac Game Solutions, Ricks has got to make the right decisions and no turnovers. That's been his problem this year, turnovers. They've got to contain Robinson both in the air and on the ground attack. And lastly, their red zone defense has got to be better than it has all year, because North Carolina State's red zone offense has been the #1 in the ACC.
Now, Robinson's had 2 consecutive games over 100 yards rushing, but it's not just that you have to stop. You got to stop this, too. Out of the backfield, Robinson spinning ahead and close to a Wolfpack first down at the 30. Ryan McFadden, the freshman out of Hollywood, Florida, on the hit.
That's just a slip screen with Chris Comer, the right tackle, out in front. If Comer got his head on a swivel, he could have made a block and made this a big play. Watch number 70, Chris Comer, left side of your screen, splits out. If he's looking the other way, look, he gets the block right there on the tackler, and it's a big play. Instead, Bryant McFadden knocks him down for little to no gain.
First and 10 for NC State at the 30-yard line. Willie Wright, the tight end, in motion to the far sideline. Straight drop. Going to Peterson. Did he hold on? Yes. At the 46-yard line. What a catch by Brian Peterson. A gain of 24, and very quickly we send it to New York and John Saunders.
Well, Terry, on the Burger King update, Joe Paterno is looking to win for the 4th consecutive game after starting 0-4. A lot of help early. Bruce Branch takes the punt and goes 71 yards for the touchdown. Penn State leads the Illini 7-0. Terry.
John, thank you. Back here in the ACC, first and 10 at the 46 for NC State, moving it again here on their second drive of the game. Rivers under pressure, flushed out of the pocket, tosses it back to Robinson, who gets to the 43. There is a flag on the play.
Yeah, I think they're going to get NC State for a legal procedure. I thought the motion guy turned it up a little quick.
And you are correct. Well, the Wolfpack offense this year, Chuck Amato's club, last in the ACC in terms of rushing the football. But they do it in different ways. They get it done, as you've talked about, not just by handing it off left or right to Robinson.
Yeah, and they're last in first downs also. But what that guy right there does, their quarterback, Philip Rivers, he uses the short pass game.
On the offense, 5 yards, previous spot, repeat first down.
But Philip Rivers uses the short pass game just like a run game. So when they swing it out to Robinson, it's no different than toss sweep. Pulling people out in front and knocking down defensive ends. That's their game.
Can you put a number on it today for Florida State? You got to keep Robinson under whatever total yardage?
He's averaged 100 a game for 8 games total yardage, so you want to keep him down below that.
Shotgun now as Rivers changes the play. The quick out, that's Peterson. Tough yardage back near the original line of scrimmage. Stanford Samuels, one of those young cornerbacks, in on the hit for Florida State, a sophomore out of Miami.
These are 2 fun offenses to watch. It's the wide receiver screen. The 2 wide outs get out in front of Peterson. They've got Hannum and Kotchery out in front. And all they're trying to do is get a little seam. If you can just get a piece of the guy, you don't have to be a monster. You don't have to knock him down. You just need to get in his way a little bit and give your receiver a chance to make a play.
3rd and 9 now for the Pack. Set up the screen. That's not going anywhere. Kendall Pope read it all the way. Ray Robinson never had a chance.
And I really like these linebackers at Florida State. I think that's the strength of this defense. Kendall Pope is their will linebacker, their outside linebacker. Great pressure up the middle by Jennings. Look how he reads it. Sees the offensive guard pull out, reads it all the way, makes the big hit.
That was 2nd down. Brings up 3rd now and almost 15.
Now this is where they'll spread the field. They'll probably do something in the middle now if they can get you spread out enough. There it is.
Give it to Robinson inside, who slips at the 45-yard line, and that will bring up 4th down.
Yeah, 3rd and 17 or 18, they don't want to make a big mistake. They spread the field and try and get Robinson enough to hopefully get far enough for a field goal, but that's not going to happen here.
if you're Florida State defensively today, can you take chances more than you have? Because now there isn't a Corn Robinson out there for NC State. There's not a big play receiver.
That's a great point. I think Mickey Andrews is going to be a little more aggressive today with his play on the corner. Blitz a little bit more, let them out in an island.
Dominic Robinson back at his own 10-yard line. Going to call for the fair catch. Backed up to the 8. Punt of 38 yards from Austin Herbert. And Florida State backed up inside their own 10 for their second drive of the afternoon. Tied at 7.
There's a light in your soul that says you're one of a kind. Don't never let it go. Be original, an individual, yeah, like Dr. Pepper. Be you, do what you do. Dr. Pepper. Be you, do what you do. There's nothing better. Be you, do what you do.
Then I had that taste. The new grilled sourdough bacon cheeseburger at Burger King.
Now I'm a believer.
With grilled sourdough bread.
Not a trace of doubt in my mind.
A quarter pound of flame broiled beef.
I'm in love. Ooh.
2 slices of melted Swiss cheese. 4 strips of bacon. The new grilled sourdough bacon cheeseburger will make you a believer. Now for a limited time at Burger King. Shrek, the biggest movie of the year. Now available wherever videos are sold.
ABC premiere event, Saving Private Ryan, presented uncut Sunday at 8/7 Central on ABC. Viewer discretion is strongly advised.
Not bad when you can watch a football game in November and the temperatures in the high 70s. Sunshine here in Tallahassee. Been a gorgeous couple of days on the campus here. Seminoles and Chris Ricks. He's perfect on the afternoon, including the 33-yard strike to Gardner on the first drive. They take over, though, at their own 8-yard line. Greg Jones has a hole, powers his way across the 20 to the 21-yard line, and punishes the secondary of NC State at the end. Terrence Holt, Marcus Hudson took that punishment.
Now, when Florida State's in I formation, their fullback, Chad Mater, will pretty much take you to the fullback football. Watch 39, isolation block, great block on the inside linebacker. That opens up the hole. Jones does the rest.
243 pounds. That's what he's listed at. He may go a little heavier than that. First down. Here comes Jones again to the near sideline. Can't get outside, up to the 29. Gain of about 3 on the play. Marcus Hudson, the freshman cornerback from Miami, on the hit. And there is a flag on the play.
You know, when Florida State gets in that I, they call it regular people I formation. Pretty much what they're going to do is run ISO, toss sweep, and play action pass. It's a simple package, and they just say line up and stop us. But the key to it, which is kind of funny, is their fullback, Chad Mater, former walk-on. He's just a thug. He wears number 39.
Holding on the offense, 10 yards, spot of the foul. Repeat, first down.
And Mater earned a scholarship because he'll knock down linebackers and defensive ends. It's a thankless job. He's got 2 carries on the season, no pass receptions. Terry, he could wear any number. He doesn't. 39 doesn't matter. He could be 79, 69, 59, because his only job is to knock people down.
I know you mean that in the most positive way.
Trust me, I appreciate him.
From one to another? Is that what you're saying?
No, I was a defensive back, but he's a thug, and I appreciate his thug.
That's what I'm talking about. Seminoles backed up now at their own 12-yard line. First and 20 for Ricks out of the gun. Give it to Jones, bouncing outside. Can't get around LeVar Fisher. He ran him down, the senior out of Beaufort, North Carolina.
And this is why this kid's an All-American. He's got 460 career tackles coming into today, and he flies sideline to sideline, folks.
Leading tackler in the ACC, coming in with 116 tackles today. Brings up 2nd and 16 after the gain of 4. Wolfpack showing blitz. We'll see if they actually come. Now backing off a bit.
What chess game right now.
Jones straight ahead. Greg Jones to the 30-yard line and maybe the 31. Has to get outside the 31 for the first down. Chad Mader sprung him with the block, and you just talked about it.
You're exactly right. Another cut job by Mader. Opened it wide open for Jones.
Well, the U.S. national soccer team already qualified for the 2002 World Cup. Now they look to continue their winning ways against Trinidad and Tobago tomorrow at 2 Eastern, 1 Pacific, right here on ABC.
A double tight one wide receiver. This is play action or run. This is their formation for that.
There goes Mader getting the carry this time on 3rd and 2. Did he get there?
That's where they throw him the bone. He just had 2 great blocks, screening Jones, getting it double tight and push the pile.
Every once in a while they throw him one and say, here you go. This is your prize.
Game number 9. Here's your 3rd carry.
Got enough to move the chains.
That's all that matters. Now, if you're a defensive coordinator, you want to be cognizant of personnel groupings. Regular people, once again, toss, ISO, and play action, folks.
1st and 10 at the 33. There's a look again at Ricks and how Florida State runs their offense this year, how they call their plays. Jones, who has gotten a lot of the work early on, wrapped up in the backfield, though. Nothing doing. Jarek Hall, number 33, the junior out of Leland, North Carolina. Wrapped him up as soon as he got the ball.
You know, when we talked with Jeff Bowden yesterday, Jeff couldn't say enough about Greg Jones, his sophomore tailback. He's got that rare combination of size and speed that just has Bowden salivating, because if he can use Jones in a way to take the heat off Ricks, they both have 3 years left in this offense.
Look at Jeff. 2nd and 10 from the 33. Ricks plenty of time now, flushed out, and he can run up to the 37-yard line. That's going to be well short of a first down. It's got to get to the 43. Corey Smith able to pressure him out of the pocket.
And that's an interesting. What North Carolina State did defensively is they went too deep with their safeties and let everybody tail man-to-man underneath. Little game underneath with number 48 Corey Smith, who flushed him from the pocket. It forced him up into the pocket. Another good defensive play by NC State.
Brings up 3rd and 6 now for the Seminoles.
4 wides, folks. Shotgun. Here they come.
Here come the pack. Show blitz. Now they pull back and they come. Over the middle. Walker's got it. Javon Walker. Will he get to the end zone? Foot race. He's there. Touchdown, Florida State. 63 yards. And how about Chris Ricks picking up the blitz?
I don't think you can do that if you're NC State. You're a 7-7 ball game. Make them go 95 yards. Don't give them one-on-one coverage with no free safety in the hole. They're just too talented. They're going to beat up on your corners. Look at this. No problem. He throws off his back foot. It's not even close. Greg Golden, the true freshman, is not even close to Javon Walker, and nor will he be for the rest of the game if they leave him out there like that.
Xavier Bethia on for the extra point, up and good. So the quick strike from Ricks to Walker. He threw one earlier to Talman Gardner, and now the senior out of Louisiana comes down with a big catch. 63 yards as Ricks picked up the blitz perfectly.
They brought both safeties. He knows nobody's in the hole. That's a great job of recognition. Good decision. I don't question the Florida State side. If you're North Carolina State, that's too much pressure to put on a true freshman corner. Javon Walker, Talman Gardner, and Achus Bell will eat them alive all day.
And that's an image that Florida State fans are going to get used to. Ricks throwing off that back foot, backpedaling, and just whoop.
And he didn't even need to. The protection was there. They brought both safeties up the middle. Great job of blitz pickup by the line and by running back. It's just a great job by Florida State. And they're just too big and athletic for you on the edge.
Good job, baby.
7 plays, going 92 yards. Javon Walker had 6 catches last week and 2 touchdowns. He's got a touchdown already here in the first against NC State.
But that's my point. They started out on the 8-yard line. I'm going to say, I'm going to force you to pound that ball 92 yards. I'm not going to give you an easy one. And that's what we talked about with our game solutions. Don't let him be Barry Bonds. He's already got 2 long touchdown passes today.
Looks like at least Sammy Sosa so far. Get the Bonds by the end of the game. Lamont Reed, Greg Golden back deep. A couple of true freshmen for the Wolfpack set to return this kick. It'll be Reed at his own 5-yard line. Cuts back, looks for a seam. Out to the 24. Josh Charles for the second time in on a stop on the kickoff. Well, NC State has been able to move the ball, though, so far. They moved all the way down from their own 24 on their opening drive to put 7 on the board.
Yeah, and this is a key drive now. They just got hit, 92-yard drive, the big home run. Can the offense come back and give their defense a little bit of a blow here? They need to move the chains and hopefully put some points on the board at the other end.
Monty Edwards, number 14 in the ballgame right now, split to the far side. Raymond Peterson to the near side. Fake the give to Robinson, rolling out and throwing his Rivers. He's got Edwards. Devontae Edwards all the way inside the 20 to the 19-yard line.
Wow. Track meet.
56 yards. How you liking this one so far, folks?
This is a track meet. Edwards on the edge. He runs right by the corner, Rufus Brown. The safety doesn't come over the top. So it was either the coverage was blown either by Chris Pope, who's an academic All-American, I doubt blows that coverage, or Rufus Brown, the sophomore, who just let him run by without contacting him.
They'll call it down at the 20. And the Wolfpack with a quick strike again. Jackson Robinson in the backfield. Robinson looking for room, not much doing. Ahead for maybe 2 to the 18.
Now we talked about the game solutions, red zone efficiencies. North Carolina State's been in the red zone 26 times this year, has scored 18 touchdowns. Chuck Amato told us on our conference call, you don't beat Florida State by attempting field goals. You get down there, you got to score touchdowns. Critical drive here.
Final seconds of the first quarter here in Tallahassee in what has been a shootout so far.
Yeah, this is fun.
Rivers directing traffic now as the clock will run out, so they won't get this off. Not much wind to speak of here, and the sun's setting, so they change ends. Doesn't really matter. Back after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
What would you do if someone passed you the keys to a Pontiac Grand Am for a week?
Now I'm getting psyched. I can't believe I did it. Oh my God! Good boy. How you feel? So excited. Gonna grab me. The state number 3, right? I'm telling everybody for the rest of my life about this.
So what would you do with a Pontiac Grand Am? Tell us at Pontiac.com.
Okay, good news. That broadband thing we all want? Got it figured out. Honey, you call the phone company. Tracy, you're digging the trench, shovels in the garage. I'm going up on the roof to assess the satellite possibilities. Timmy, check out these schematics. Appreciate it. Let's go! Run!
We know how you feel, and that's why Circuit City offers one-stop high-speed internet access. You can find what's available where, compare options, and arrange installation. Circuit City, we're with you.
Yeah, we can get broadband at Circuit City.
What would you do if someone passed you the keys to a Pontiac Grand Prix for a week?
I'm out, man. Let's go.
I'm out to see the world. San Francisco, here we go.
Are we having fun yet? Doesn't take much to have fun, does it?
Man, it's like riding on a surfboard.
You're gonna have to call me Dixie if I wear this.
All right, Dixie. I can smell the salt water from here. Give us a swell, baby.
So what would you do with the Pontiac Grand Prix? Tell us at Pontiac.com.
There's some good surf out there.
Can you feel the solitude of nature? Can you hear the peaceful silence? Can you see your lifestyle changing? You can on Mountain Creek Trails, nestled at the foot of beautiful Signal Mountain. Homes with varied floor plans to choose from. Homes with a view of you want. Mountain Creek Trails. Well, can you?
This News Channel 9 Sports exclusive brought to you by Tennessee Georgia Auto Auction.
Marty Galbraith, the offensive coordinator in his first year at NC State. So far, so good for the offensive scheme.
Yeah, so far, one red zone, one touchdown. Now they're back in the red zone for the second time. I love the way they spread the field and make you defend vertically and horizontally.
Rivers 6 of 7, 93 yards so far. Second down coming up here. 2nd and 8 from the 18.
I'd watch out for Willie Wright down here, the tight end.
Out of the gun is Rivers. Swings it out. There's Robinson. Cuts back down to the 12. Got to get to the 10 for a first down. 3rd catch of the afternoon for Ray Robinson.
And remember, he came in today having 33 catches already. That's just like a run for them. That's toss sweep as far as NC State is concerned. If you get him out there on air, he's got a chance of making somebody miss. Okay, there it is. Just a little swing. Catch it now. Get out in the open field. Swivel the hips. Missed tackle right there by Rufus Brown. And you pick up 7 or 8 yards. That's a good play.
Jackson Robinson out of the eye. Now they swing them out on 3rd and 2.
Look at a bunch. 4 in the bunch.
Quick out. Cottre's got the ball inside the 10. He gets to the end zone. Jericho Cottre, the sophomore out of Birmingham, Alabama.
And he got great blocking from Willie Wright, the tight end who was split out there, and the other 2 wideouts. Guys, I love the way they set up their offense here. 4 guys in a bunch. Terry, that was actually a lateral.
That was technically a lateral,
yeah.
So it doesn't go as a touchdown pass for Philip Rivers, but he didn't care.
6 equals 6 to me. I don't care.
Absolutely. The offense has ruled so far in Tallahassee today on both sides. Adam Kiker on for the extra point up, and it is good. And guess what, folks? We got a ball game. Florida State may have been a big favorite coming in, but they haven't proven they can stop NC State's offense so far.
Totally new Nissan Altima.
Chili's Southwestern Egg Rolls, where East meets Southwest.
Hi, can I help you? Yeah, I think I'm starting to go bald. Yeah, well, that happens to the best of us.
Now at Sears Auto Center, our best-selling Michelin tires are on sale. Sears, where else?
Ho, ho, ho!
Oh, I hope you didn't put all those on the credit card.
Yeah, why?
Do you know what those interest charges are going to do to us?
Don't worry. I used our new Capital One no-hassle card.
Fed up with exploding credit card rates? To the neighbors! With Capital One's new no-hassle Platinum card, you get one low fixed rate and none of the hassle.
Gotta tell Steve and Laura about Capital One.
What's in your wallet?
How can you provide for the future of the people who depend on you? With Pacific Life and its expertise in investments, annuities, and insurance, discover the power of Pacific Life.
Chili's Southwestern Egg Rolls, where East meets Southwest.
Syracuse faces #1 Miami for other regional action next Saturday on ABC.
Back in Tallahassee, the great aerial views courtesy of the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. Overhead, the Goodyear blimp Stars and Stripes, continuing a 76-year tradition as the aerial ambassador, an icon of the 100-year-old company. On a glorious day in Tallahassee here. And catch your breath yet? 14 all opening moments of the second quarter. Nobody can stop anyone yet.
I'm enjoying this. I mean, average yards per play, what are you kidding me? North Carolina State at 12.7, Florida State at 12.9. It just doesn't get any more fun than that.
Well, not if you're Mickey Andrews. or Buddy Green, the defensive coordinators aren't liking this so far, but
well, that's too bad. We are and our fans are.
Alfonso Thorpe will take it at his own 1-yard line. Cuts back, looked for room, maybe a bad decision, and hauled in at the 13-yard line. Nice coverage by NC State. Olin Hannum has been everywhere.
He's the backup quarterback. Remember earlier in the game, what they did is they moved the quarterback Rivers out the split end, direct snap into Hannum. He plays special teams, he plays quarterback, he plays wide receiver, and they said he's too good an athlete to keep on the bench. They got to find ways to get him in.
He's getting us a hot dog at halftime, by the way.
Now here's that touchdown play. 4 people split out. It's actually a lateral. Good blocking by Jackson and Wright. And how about Kotchery? It's not a touchdown pass, but you know what? It's just as good.
Eric Shelton in at tailback now for Florida State, the freshman out of Lexington, Kentucky. Ricks on the roll, throws, had a man open, but he overthrew Carver Donaldson, his tight end.
Yeah, that's a little bootleg. He had his guard, Montre Holland, out in front. He could have either run that or hit Donaldson, who dragged across from the far side. That's just an inaccurate pass from the redshirt freshman.
Donaldson, a couple of catches this year, has yet to catch a touchdown. Pass from Ricks. Shelton, Bobby Bowden talked about getting him some playing time today. Again, Nick Maddox out with an injured ankle.
We still may see him, though. He practiced yesterday, and I thought he looked pretty good.
Long count for Ricks. The toss to Shelton coming this way. Had a hole initially. Terrence Holt closed it quickly, but he did get ahead to about the 17-yard line. Holt, the junior out of Gibsonville, North Carolina, and of course known as the younger brother of Torrey, who actually bought him a car this past year, I believe. But Holt is a guy who has a 38-inch vertical leap, and if you've watched the Pack at all the last couple of years, you know that he just can get up incredibly on field goal tries. He's got 6 blocked field goals, 2 blocked punts throughout his career. Nobody attempting any field goals so far. They're all scoring touchdowns. Open is Gardner, right through his hands. Coleman Gardner, well, he won't want to watch the tape on that one.
You know, we talked early on about no home runs for Chris Ricks. He's already hit 2, and that's one that Coleman Gardner should have caught. He's ISO'd on Brian Williams, blows right by him. Holt can't get over the top. Look at the pass, folks. Tough catch over your shoulder like that. But if you're going to be an All-American receiver next year, Tolman, you got to catch that one. Look at this. Here we go.
Chance Gwaltney back to punt, low snap, but he gets it off. It's a good one too. Brian Peterson, fair catch, and he dropped it, but I believe he got it back. He did. After the punt of 40 yards, Peterson went to one knee and he covered it at the 44. Time now for our Aflac trivia question. Here it is. When was the last time NC State beat the Seminoles here in Tallahassee? They beat them in Raleigh in '98 when Winkie threw the 6 interceptions, but last time here in Tallahassee.
Am I allowed or no?
Not right now. You get time to think about it, and we'll come back to that in a little bit.
Here they go again. They 3 wide receivers switch all the way over, changing the strength, forcing Florida State to react.
Inside give. Robinson cutting back, trying to get to the outside. He's not going to get there, but a good gain of about 9. Run out of bounds by Kendall Pope.
And once again, everything they do has a reason. Great job that time by Rivers influencing the defensive end. Watch him roll. On the snap, he's going to roll to his left. The defensive end up the field. Now they come back the other way. And you can see number 90 right there. Kevin Emanuel thought it was a pass, was trying to get up the field. They cut right back inside.
Ray Robinson with 44 yards already on the afternoon. 5 carries.
Change the strength again. Trips to the wide side.
Out of the gun, Rivers with time, throws low, and did Willie Wright catch it? He hauled it in. What a catch by his tight end. Here's a tight end in a receiver's body. He's gained 40 pounds throughout his college career, but he's got wide receiver hands, no doubt about that.
And he's split out. He's just split way out. He's working on a defensive back that's 5'10", 180. He's 6'4", 240. They throw it to the inside. Look at the hands, folks. Great hands by Willie Wright. That's his 28th catch of the year, and he's probably one of the top 2 or 3 receiving tight ends in the country.
Talk to the Florida State coaches, and they think he may be the best tight end that they played against. Ray Robinson couldn't get away.
Good tackle by Boulware.
Michael Boulware, the sophomore out of Columbia, South Carolina.
I didn't mean to jump in there. I just got excited. His quickness, acceleration, I thought they had a hole there. Boulware just slammed it shut.
You're a defensive guy. You got to get excited about something this afternoon here on defense.
Well, that's about the first defensive play of the day.
Exactly.
And Boulware is a sophomore. They think he's got huge big play capabilities.
2nd and 8. 3 receivers set again for the Pack. Out to Robinson. Oh, good move to cut back inside the 25 down to the 23-yard line. Abdul Howard finally stopped them, but a gain of 16. Don't forget, next Saturday, 3:30 Eastern, number 18 Syracuse taking on Ken Dorsey and top-ranked Miami. Dodged a big one this afternoon at BC. There's your Big East showdown. Also, regional action coming your way, including number 13 Michigan and Wisconsin. Or your cable operator, satellite provider for the games available on pay-per-view next week here on ABC. 1st and 10. Rivers, the quarterback draw inside the 20. Jeff Womble eventually stopped him, but we've seen just about everything in the bag of tricks from Chuck Amato so far.
Now, Chris Ricks runs a 4.5. This guy runs about a 6.5, and they're running. Look at this offense. Here goes Coach Ray Jackson, 25, into the hole, makes the block on Pope, and they're running quarterback draw with a guy that I can probably beat. I'll tell you right now, I mean, they do everything. They make you defend, Terry. What I love is you got to defend all 11 guys.
2nd and 7 coming up, but NC State wants to talk it over. Artie Galbraith, Chuck Amato on the sidelines. Key 2nd down play coming up when we return to Tallahassee.
Hey, looks like it's going to be a great race.
Yeah, I guess.
You're new around here, huh?
Yeah.
Well, good luck.
It goes like this. I'll face my ride. I'll take it to the top. Cause I want it. You need it. This will not be tonight. When I take no time, then I'm never gonna stop. Gonna stop.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down.
Good race. Thanks.
Make it a Bud Light.
Want to try that triple Lutz?
What the heck? I got supplemental insurance.
What's that?
A Lutz?
No, that something insurance.
Even the best insurance doesn't give you cash for things like lost pay and other expenses. This does.
What does?
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
A million uses and counting. The new 210 horsepower supercharged Nissan Xterra. Still everything you need, nothing you don't.
Good look at the state capitol. A little less active this time around in November than it was a year ago. ABC Sports presentation of college football brought to you by Nissan. Nissan, driven. Bud Light, for the great taste that won't fill you up, never lets you down. Make it a Bud Light. Capital One, who asks, what's in your wallet? And Sprint PCS, the clear alternative to cellular. No more hanging chads over there at the Capitol.
And now they're just hanging passes all over the place.
2nd and 7 for the Wolfpack here. 10-17 left until halftime. 14 all. After the timeout, Rivers under center. Play action. Under pressure over the middle, and that's complete at the 15-yard line. The catch by Jericho Cottry, who ran it in just a few moments ago for the 2nd touchdown of the afternoon for the Pack. And a look at our Nissan Drive summary so far, Mike.
Well, as you can see, touchdown, punt, touchdown. Look at the length of the drive, though. 5, 6, and 4. These guys, more big play capability today than they've shown the rest of the season.
3rd and 2. They split the backs. Jackson, Robinson over the middle with a flag down. There's Peterson with a catch, fighting his way to the 3-yard line, but we'll have to wait and see what the flag is all about.
This offense puts more pressure on the outside of the linebackers and the defensive backs than most you'll see around the country. And I think that's going to be on the defense, folks. Yep.
So the Pack obviously declining the penalty, and they'll have 1st and goal from the 3.
Remember, Chuck Amato told us you don't beat Florida State by attempting field goals. You got to score touchdowns in the red zone. They've been there twice. They've got 2 touchdowns. This is their 3rd time in, and their 1st and goal from the 3. Conversely, what did Mickey Andrews tell us? He said our goal line defense has been horrible this year.
The Pack perfect on the year, and 1st and goal to go. 3 tight ends set. Jackson, Robinson. Here goes Ray Robinson looking to cut back. He gets there. Touchdown, Wolfpack. So a defense that gave up 58 points in the last 2 weeks, even though they were in wins, continues to struggle and give up big numbers here.
It's gotten awfully quiet in Doak Campbell Stadium, except for that section right there with the red. But William Brown, the left guard, did a nice job pulling out and creating just enough of a crevice for the touchdown.
Adam Kiker on for the extra point. Just inside the right upright, and the Pack on a roll offensively here in Tallahassee on the road. Remember, Chuck Amato coming back after 18 years as an assistant coach here in Tallahassee. He's got his offense going on. Ray Robinson, the run to pay dirt.
He didn't have to say a word. It was written all over his face. Sir, got a minute? Business people everywhere needed to know about the Sprint PCS Clear Wireless Workplace. The most advanced wireless package customized for their companies. Now the office goes wherever they go. Sure, some still do things the old way, but they'll come around.
Introducing the tough new Crew Cab long bed. It's the next frontier.
Is the market up? Is it down? That's the wrong question. The right question is, do you have a smart, long-term financial plan? If you were going to go out and play a football game, you just wouldn't run out into the field without a game plan, even though it may be 4th and long and it feels very uncomfortable. You have a plan and you have to stick to it. We've been helping people plan long-term for over 120 years. We understand and we know how to get through difficult times. The Principal Financial Group, we understand what you're working for.
When the Navy sought a power source for a new generation of ship, we had the right energy. When the nation called for better hurricane forecasting, conditions here were perfect. And when a life-saving cancer drug was in short supply, we had the right chemistry. How fast do ideas move? At the speed of imagination. Florida State University. Ideas that move.
I'm gonna do everything I can to blow you out of the lineup.
Brian Song, Sunday, December 2nd on ABC.
Back deep, Crefonso Thorpe going 5 yards and to one knee. So the Seminoles will bring it out to the 20-yard line as they trail 21-14 with 8:56 left until halftime.
And this touchdown run for Ray Robinson. Watch the left guard, 78, William Brown. He's going to pull out. Now he's looking for Kendall Pope, number 9. There he is. Pope tries to get inside. He gets just enough of a body to push him back and allow Robinson to get that low lean underneath the pads and score a touchdown.
Mickey Andrews can't be pleased at this point. Defensive coordinator, 18 years on the sideline in Tallahassee. And their defense having a tough time figuring out the different sets and all the different Motions of the NC State offense and what Rivers has done. Ricks to throw. He throws back. Gardner with the catch at the 35. Did a nice job coming back. And Florida State, they'll move the chains. Nick Maddox actually on the catch. Look at him limping too. It's the first time we've seen Maddox this afternoon. He's got the ankle injury and doesn't look good at this point.
Now, I told you I saw him at practice yesterday. He looked pretty good, but what happened was Ricks forced him to push off on the ankle and come back to the football, and I think he turned it again.
First down. Give to Greg Jones some tough running straight ahead out to the 38.
I think Julius Patterson got a little helmet-on-helmet contact there, and this NC State defense is just fired up now.
Patterson, a junior out of Morganton, North Carolina. Former wide receiver. Last year played wide out, played cornerback, safety, tailback.
Regular people in the game, I formation. He looks to the sidelines, gets a new play. Now he's going to talk it, let everybody know what it is.
Play clock. Plenty of time. Jones looking for room. Found some. Got a first down for Florida State out to the 48. They'll move the change after the gain of 9 by Greg Jones. Don't forget, coming up, the Capital One halftime show. John Saunders, Terry Bowden bringing you all the scores and highlights from college football. All the action around the country today. Capital One halftime show. 7 minutes, 40 seconds and counting from now.
High formation. Here we go again. We just saw the toss. It's toss, ISO, play action in the pocket, or play action, waggle, bootleg. That's about their whole package out of I.
Down to 1 on the play clock. Play action under pressure. Hudson mitts them. And there goes Ricks trying to get outside now. Not able to. Back to the original line of scrimmage. Brian Jamison, a senior out of Swedesboro, New Jersey, on the hit.
Yeah, Jamison and Fisher, the two outside linebackers, did a nice job there, because it looked like for a second that Ricks, who runs a 4.5 there's the play action. He's looking for the home run. Hudson on the corner blitz misses him. He gets away from 48 Corey Smith. Look at the flow, though. That's a great job by Jamison in the open field, tackling Chris Ricks.
Ricks has taken some hits over the last couple of weeks, too, even though he's been really successful and thrown for all the yards. He has been banged up.
It looks like Florida State took a timeout here.
Rick's going to come over and have a word. Well, gave the Aflac trivia question a few minutes ago. When was the last time NC State came into Tallahassee and beat the Seminoles? Got to go way back. Way back in 1967. 2010 victory. And Chuck Amato was a senior linebacker. The White Shoes defense back then. And
yeah, you knew he had a little flair for the dramatic when they used to polish those black shoes and make them white.
Yeah, they were actually black. Yeah. There's Chuck. Oh, what a great.
Do you remember those poses?
I love the way they used to.
You're too young for it. I mean, they used to do that. Everybody did. Even if you were a guard, you did that. I mean, you gotta be kidding me.
They never show the bottom foot, though, because it's only about 3 inches off the ground.
There's a box underneath him. Nobody sees it. Look at him. And his voice the other day in the conference call, you knew he was fired up for this game. By the time he got on the call with us on Wednesday, he had already lost his voice just about for the week. He's a little fired up coming back to Tallahassee.
And he should be right now with what the offense has been able to do.
You know what's happening, though, is North Carolina State's defense is starting to get a little feel now. Made a stop last time. Offense took over 3 for 3 in the red zone. They're up 7 now. 2nd and 10. Florida State's got 3 wide receivers, 2 tight ends, no back. This is their shotgun formation. They like to throw the ball down the field.
Both teams at 200 yards or more already in this game. Just under 7 minutes left until half. Swing pass out here to Jones. Greg Jones with the cutback. Pack defense got there quickly, though, to close the gap at the 47. Terrence Holt in on the stop.
Really love that play. I watched it in practice, and what they do is they draw the attention. There's the fake to Mater. Everybody's going to the left. That gives the center guard and tackle time to get out in front of the tailback, who loop behind the quarterback. Now you got Greg Jones on air with 3 big monsters out in front of him.
And that was a lateral. That wasn't a forward pass.
Correct.
3rd and 6 coming up. Eric Shelton now the tailback for Florida State. Straight drop, throwing over the middle, and then there was contact. Javon Walker had a defender, Marcus Hudson, draped all over him.
Yeah, there's no question that was interference. That's what they call their robber defense. The safeties, one safety goes deep middle, the other safety goes shallow middle, and they're hoping you get that. Everybody funnels it.
Holding on the defense before the pass, 10 yards, previous spot, first down.
The corners funnel everybody inside, hoping that the quarterback will get a little greedy and throw it, and that's exactly what they got, but they weren't able to take advantage of it. Defensive coordinator Buddy Green. There's a guy I think needs to step up today. True freshman Marcus Hudson had a 100-yard interception return.
Last week against Duke, youngest of 5 brothers who have all played college football in the family, including Jarrell, who is a linebacker for Florida State right now. Fake the toss, Ricks to throw, Walker in the end zone, Hudson all over him, no flag.
Now, let me explain something. In college football, there's no such thing as face guarding. There is in high school and there is in the pros. You don't have to turn around and look at the football as long as you don't interfere with him physically. You don't have to turn around and look. Now let's see what happens. Once again, Ricks does a good job on the fake. He knows he's got one-on-one coverage deep. Let's see what happens. The back is turned. Is he pushing? No, I think that's a good call. A good no call, I should say.
Almost the entire crowd here at Doak Campbell doesn't agree with you, but the NC State fans certainly did. Ricks, he can run over the middle, the slide, and maybe a bit of experience shown by Ricks there. He's got the first down, but there is a flag back at the 36.
And that's back where they usually call holding. And that's coming back, folks.
Holding on the offense, 10 yards.
Jeff Bowden, offensive coordinator. Now, you know what? He was concerned about Chris Ricks' decisions today. So far, I think Chris Ricks has done a great job decision-making.
And Jeff Bowden was very close to making a switch about 3 weeks ago. Adrian McPherson, talented backup, true freshman who has played significant time this year, but they've stayed with Ricks, and it's paid off. Second down, play action for Ricks. Again, flushed out with room to run a moment ago, but the Wolfpack close, and he's down to the 41.
He took good hit, too.
Well, he's taking his hits, but the slide on the last play, maybe earlier in the season he wasn't doing that.
You know what? I saw our colleague Bob Greasy say, I hate to see a quarterback take a hit like that. You need to get down. What I've seen with Ricks is when he's in the open field, he's very good at getting what he can get and getting down, but sometimes he gets in a situation where he gets a little greedy.
5th in the ACC in third down conversions on the season. Third down and almost 13 coming up here. 4 receivers set. Ricks thrown off his back foot, thrown it up for grabs, and incomplete. Well covered by the NC State secondary.
Yeah, Julius Patterson, the people are booing again, but Julius Patterson, strong safety, I thought did an excellent job closing in. I thought Chris should have gone up top to where he had single coverage instead of double coverage.
So for the second time in the game, the NC State defense has held, and they're forcing a punt.
Now both teams like the fake punts, and I got to believe North Carolina State's going to be in punt safe right here.
Brian Peterson back. Of course, the fake punt against Maryland that did not work certainly has made Bobby Bowden perhaps a little bit shy of doing that. Peterson backs off, and it's going to roll inside the 10. And they'll down it at the 9-yard line. On of 32 yards. Well, earlier this season, the Super Bowl champs, the Ravens, overwhelmed the Titans. Now, time for the rematch. Steve McNair, Eddie George, Tennessee, looking for payback. What should be a great AFC Central battle. The Ravens and Titans coming your way on Monday Night Football at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific, right here on ABC. 21-14. Phillip Rivers, the sophomore out of Athens, Alabama, taking over for the Pack from his own 9. Robinson hit, spins away, and ahead for a gain of 3. Ray Robinson doing all of that on his own.
Yeah, we talked at the top about how important Ray Robinson is to this offense. not only on the run side from the tailback position, but also from the receiving side. His production today has been tremendous. He's got 12 touches for a total of 72 yards.
Crowd now finally getting into it, trying to spur the defense on. Rivers over the middle, complete, about 1.5 yards, maybe 2 yards shy of a first down. The struggle for the football. Florida State says they have it, but the officials say no. He was down. In a pretty good spot if you're an NC State fan. They're spotting that thing all the way up near the 20.
Yeah, they're gonna have to measure, I think.
Rivers, one of those guys for Chuck Amato who just does not make mistakes much of the time. And that's the one thing that all the coaches talk about. And wow, it's that close.
He can't even get his fingers in between the ball and the end of the chain.
And that might be a link and a half. That's about it. Not even 2 links.
I think it's a wink and a smile.
Look at that.
Now do you think that offensive coordinator Marty Galbraith takes the old, okay, it's 3rd and an inch, and I'm going to put all my big guys in and fake it and go up top?
Play action, the old Bart Starr thing?
I don't think they're going to, because I think they want to move the chains here and extend the drive and not have to punt from where they are, but they got everybody in tight. There it is.
Straight ahead, should have it. The surge by the offensive line, and Rivers keeping it, and they'll move the chains. Well, take a look now at our Pacific Life game summary, and we've had plenty of action so far. Remember the fumble early on. Jackson into the end zone. Derek Green came up with the first score. Talman Gardner, 33 yards. Javon Walker, 63 yards. Back from the pack. Jericho Cotchery just dancing into the end zone, and Ray Robinson. A lot of action in the end zone so far. 21-14. NC State with the lead. The inside give to Ray Robinson. Good yardage on first down again across the 25 to the 26.
And if you're Marty Galbraith, the offensive coordinator at NC State, you're saying I'm up 21-14. The clock's at 2:48 and ticking. I want to keep moving the chains, moving the clock, try and get another field goal or a touchdown best case, but I don't want to give the football back to Florida State before halftime.
Gain of 5 on first down for Robinson. For the Florida State defense of old, this is where they shine. They would create turnovers and score touchdowns. Rivers throws behind Jackson. It was well covered by Bradley Jennings.
I thought Cotchery was wide open on the read here across the middle. Rivers usually is impeccable in his reads, but I thought he forced one there when he had Cotchery wide open, 7 yards hooked up over the middle.
Only the second pass that Rivers has missed on today. 12 of 14 for 144 yards.
He said he was efficient. That he is. We said he couldn't turn the ball over, and he hasn't. Big play.
Double tight end set for the Wolfpack. 3rd and 5. Through the hands of Peterson and picked off. The interception made by Claudius Osei. First big play of the game defensively for Florida State.
Yeah, and you can't blame Rivers on that one. Tip ball. His wide receiver was open for the first down. They just ran a little combination route underneath. 5-step drop. Here comes the route underneath. He's wide open underneath. The ball had a little bit too much mustard on it. Peterson couldn't handle it, and Osei makes a good catch.
First interception for Osei, the redshirt freshman.
And Peterson's got to do a better job of that.
So it's 1st and 10 at the 40 for Florida State. Ricks, plenty of time. Throws behind his man. It's picked off by the Wolfpack. Terrence Holt's got it. Holt out to the 41, a 20-yard return. So goes one way and right back the other.
Yeah, and I don't know if there was a mix-up here with Ricks and Atruz Bell or not, but that was either a very, very poorly thrown pass by Chris Ricks or a miscommunication with him and Bell. Out of the shotgun, they got a chance to get back in this football game right now. Ricks lays it out, See what happens? Bell went to the outside. He threw it to the inside. That's a miscommunication between the two, and it's not the first time I've seen that, either in practice or in games with this team.
You know, unlike the Maryland game that you talked about earlier, where the defense created the turnover and then the offense came right back to make a run and 4 quick strikes to the end zone. Not this time. Olin Hannum now in, number 19, rolling out, cutting back and up to the 48-yard line. So Hannum, the senior out of Plain City, Utah, who spent a couple of years on a Mormon mission. And they will, as we have seen already, will put him in a number of spots offensively.
See, and when you're the defensive coordinator and you see 19 and 17 in the same huddle, you say, uh-oh, where's he going to go? What are they going to look? You got the quarterback Rivers over Senham. You got Hannum at tailback. There goes the quarterback splitting out, direct snap now. Nobody's covering the quarterback.
Hannum to the near, throws, complete, and then drops. See how they rule it. That's an incomplete pass. Contrary was just popped by Leroy Smith.
I love watching this offense. As a former defensive back, I can just tell you, trying to get ready for this offense would be a nightmare. They do so many different things. Smith made the great hit there, pop it loose. But how'd you like to have to defend this offense? They just spread the field, different people, different personnel groupings.
They get so many looks. You got to have great communication in the secondary too, and that, I guess, falls on the shoulders of Chris Hope to try to get that done. Rivers now swings it out. Robinson's got a first down. 5th catch of the afternoon. They'll move the chains with just over a minute left.
Yeah, Kendall Pope couldn't get to the outside there. They do a great job of what I call legal picks. And I don't believe any pick is legal, but they just never call it. So you see what happens up at the top of your screen. Tailback goes wide. There's the catch. Pope can't get to the outside because the tight end screened him off.
3 receivers to the near side, 4 receivers set overall. Robinson dancing around in the backfield. Back to the original line of scrimmage. Jeff Womble, along with Bradley Jennings, stopped him there.
Now we're under a minute, and they have North Carolina State has 2 timeouts left. They need to use one.
Just taking one right now.
Yep.
So they'll talk about it with under a minute left. Don't forget, coming up at the half, the Capital One halftime show. John Saunders, Terry Bowden, plenty of action, including the, sorry to say, you're a BC grad, the BC game this afternoon against Miami. And
you know what? I am proud of BC for 2 reasons. Number 1, they stepped up and played the number 1 team in the country, or number 2, depending on your point of view, as hard as they could in a competitive game. But they also sat out maybe the top running back in the country because of a rules violation. And I've always believed that's what Boston College is all about. And I'm happy they did it.
Last time they beat Miami, of course, the Doug Flutie pass, and you had a hand in bringing him to BC, didn't you?
I'm not sure I did. I took Doug and his parents around the campus, and Mrs. Flutie asked me what this building was, and I looked at it, and I looked at it, and I said, Mrs. Flutie, I'm not sure, but I think it's a library.
So despite the fact that you were showing me around campus, you actually went there. Well, tomorrow the 3 reigning ladies from the podium at the World Championships last season in Vancouver, their first head-to-head competition of the season. Michelle Kwan, Marina Slutskaya, and Sarah Hughes. Skate Canada coming your way at 4 Eastern, 3 Pacific here on ABC.
Okay, Florida State has their nickel package in with 3 down linemen. They give a little bit up on the run, but they don't care. 4 linebackers.
2nd and 10. Swings it out to Coach Jackson. He's got a first down. Jennings knocks him out of bounds at the 27-yard line.
That's another blown coverage from Mickey Andrews' group. Bryant McFadden, the corner, crashed inside. Pope couldn't get to the outside. And Robinson, Coach Ray Jackson, look at it. He's all by himself. Look at 8 on the corner. He slips and falls. 2 people took the inside route. That left Jackson all by himself. And that's what happens when you have a young defense.
Gain of 18.
Mickey's frustrated.
1st and 10 at the 27. Give it to Coach Ray Jackson. Got a huge hole up the middle. And he's got another NC State first down. Gain of 13 on the play. Chris Colmer sprung him with the block, the right tackle.
They spread you wide. They get you thinking pass. They hand off inside to Jackson. They even make you think about the reverse because they run the wide receiver back behind. Nothing's easy with these guys. They make you think on every snap.
They hurry up to the line of scrimmage now. 1st and 10 from inside the 15. Out of the gun. And he threw that one away.
And Florida State brought some heat that time.
Good Boulware and Robinson going at it.
And look at Rivers, runs over to the sideline while he had a moment to talk with Galbraith. Okay, 3rd time inside the red zone, folks. Excuse me, 4th time. They've 3 for 3 the first 3 times. 30 seconds left in the half and 1 timeout.
Play action for Rivers. Over the middle, complete inside the 10 down to the 9. Jericho Contry with the catch. And NC State will stop the clock.
There's that legal pick again. Contry in motion. Rubs off the tight end, Willie Wright.
So NC State up by a touchdown. 21 seconds left until half, trying to get more and then go talk about it.
Those must have been some cookies you left Santa.
I didn't leave them cookies. I left them cheese.
Ah, the power of cheese.
Nee, you can dunk, but you can't dip. Your dip is gone, baby.
What are you talking about?
No dip.
Introducing new Tostitos Scoops.
Let me tell you something, Bill. I put the hip in chip. Watch this.
With the bite-sized bowl-shaped design for the perfect dip every time. New Tostitos Scoops.
Whoa.
The dip lover's chip.
This is my house. Yes, it is. No, this is my house. You guys got to go.
Also great with new Queso Supreme dip.
3rd and 4 coming up for the Wolfpack. Up by a touchdown. They are out of timeouts here in the first half. Rivers stepping up, throwing on the run behind Robinson, incomplete. He may have been able to run that one in.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, he knew he should have run it. That's a good call, Terry Gannon. As soon as he got rid of the ball, he hit himself in the helmet. He could have walked into the end zone there, and they're going to have to settle for a field goal.
And remember what Chuck Amato told us. You don't beat Florida State with field goals.
But I think we'll take 3 out of 4. Look at it. He could have walked into the end zone. Instead, he throws the ball behind Ray Robinson.
Placed it down just outside the 15. They'll call it a try from 25 yards for Adam Kiker. And it is good. Inside the right upright. So the Wolfpack again on the board. They've got a 10-point lead with just 12 seconds left until half. They have basically moved the ball at will against the Florida State defense.
Let's take another look at that incomplete pass from behind. Rivers steps back. They were looking for a little pick play. They had number 80 right there, right open. He steps up. Now, if he keeps going, he's going to get a pick from the referee and walk in. Instead, he throws it behind Robinson, and they're forced to kick the field goal.
So the interception by Florida State. Ricks threw it right back. Terrence Holt came up with one, and NC State able to drive down the field. 25-yard field goal from Adam Kiker. And plays with just 1:49 off the clock.
Yeah, if you're Chuck Amato, you got to be real happy. Offensively, you've done everything you could possibly do, and defensively, you started out a little bit shaky, but since then, you stopped Florida State twice in a row, forced them to punt. Your offense bled the clock down to 12 seconds, so you need to kick off, play some special teams, and get into the locker room at halftime, and Mickey Andrews is going to have to make some adjustments.
And all NC State in the second quarter, 17-0. They outscored Florida State.
Wow. And the second quarter's been their big quarter.
Florida State's big quarter. Going to squib this one. Alfonso Thorpe Fields it at his own 9. Knocked down and out of bounds at the 21-yard line. They got 7 seconds until half. Olin Hannum, he's in on everything, isn't he? My gosh.
I love that kid. Tailback, quarterback, special teams, wide receiver. When he plays quarterback, they've got a whole special package set up just for him.
So if you're Florida State, what do you do right now?
Probably throw the ball down the field. Nope.
Or run it out. Those are your two options. They chose the latter. Greg Jones across the 25, and that will be the last play of the first half. Capital One halftime show coming up from New York in just a moment. NC State with the lead, 24-14. Back after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
The 240 horsepower Nissan Pathfinder.
We've got to be nuts driving cross country with those two.
It'll be fine.
It's never gonna work.
Wanna bet?
I told you it was gonna work.
Search, watch, record, edit, play. Pioneer.
Hey, Hallie Eisenberg drinking a Pepsi.
Actually, this isn't a Pepsi. It's new Pepsi Twist with lemon. And I'm not Hallie Eisenberg.
I'm Halle Berry.
Drinking Pepsi Twist.
Well, it's not exactly Pepsi Twist. It's Diet Pepsi Twist. And I'm not exactly Halle Berry.
You know.
I'm Barry Bostwick.
Who is Barry Bostwick?
Like twists? Try the Pepsi Twist in regular and diet. A lemon twist on that great Pepsi taste.
Hey, Pavov, I need a great set of wheels at a really good price.
Well, no problem, Josh. We'll just head over to the Tennessee Georgia Auto Auction. They got great local trade-in.
The Tennessee Georgia Auto Auction is open every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday evening at 7 o'clock. It's the only auction open to the public. Take I-75 East Ridge Exit 1, go south on Highway 41 to Scruggs Road.
Gee, Pavov, I'm sure glad we went to Tennessee Georgia Auto Auction.
That's right, old Josh. Tell all your friends.
School patrollers protecting your child's school zone, Tuesday at 5:30.
The Capital One Halftime Show, presented by Capital One, who asks, what's in your wallet? From Times Square Stadium in New York, John Saunders and Terry Bowden.
Welcome. We hope you're enjoying the first half. Second half still to come. As we're going to show you a little bit later on, the Miami Hurricanes had a tremendous struggle today in their game against Boston College. So that, you would think, opened the door for Nebraska perhaps to pass them in each poll for #1. And Lord only knows what that would do to the Bowl Championship Series standing. But Nebraska starts quickly. Watch Eric Crouch, just a great man with the feet.
Both these teams require their quarterback to run the ball. Nobody runs as a quarterback better than Eric Crouch.
Al Roberson, though, gets picked off by Willie Amos. And Nebraska adds to the lead. They would miss the point after, so a 13-0 lead. But back comes Kansas State. Al Roberson, 34 yards to Aaron Lockett for the touchdown with the extra point. Kansas State has the lead at halftime.
Well, with Kansas State, just like against Oklahoma, the good defenses will stop their running game. They have to be able to throw the ball over top. El Roberson today has done that very well.
And as we mentioned, you'll find out a little bit later on, this is good news right now for Miami because the Canes did struggle. You see the numbers on crowd. Memphis facing Tennessee. Casey Clausen looking for Jason Witten. 17 yards. Did he get that foot in? Doesn't matter. The officials say he did. Touchdown. And then Clausen again to Troy Fleming. They take a 14-0 lead. Casey Clausen, 4 touchdown passes as they're rolling in this non-conference matchup.
Well, if you're from around Tennessee, you know this game's always close, but Tennessee always wins 17 out of 18. No, 18 out of 19 now.
All right, 42-21 there. Oregon and UCLA. Some of you watching this game and watching Joey Harrington make his run for the Heisman Trophy. 6 yards for the touchdown here. Oregon with a 7-0 lead. Then Maurice Morris carries 27 yards. He's going to get that down to UCLA's 3-yard line. It sets up another touchdown a couple of plays later as UCLA is trying to avoid losing for the 3rd consecutive time. Harris has a touchdown run for UCLA, but 14-10, they are down.
Well, UCLA had to lose. Deshaun Foster was held out this game, and that's a big blow for them.
Washington facing Oregon State. Ken Simonton with 2 touchdowns and a touchdown reception as well. How about this one? Washington thought they had a date right now with Washington State that might decide the Pac-10. They got to survive this one against Oregon State.
Well, this is kind of a shocker. You know, you have to rout Washington to beat them because if it's close in the last of the game, Washington's going to come back. But Ken Simonton got a couple of touchdowns, but still not much yardage.
The way things are playing out in the BCS, there's still going to be some people argue about who should be 1, who should be 2, and you're going to hear a lot of those voices coming from Utah. Well, this is a BYU team right now that is unbeaten, the only one left unbeaten if you count Nebraska and Miami as well. And facing Wyoming today, Bramlett 9 yards on this touchdown run. And then Brandon Doman 16 yards here for the touchdown to get BYU on top 17-10. They would go up 20-10, but Wyoming comes storming back before halftime. Casey Bramlett, touchdown run and a touchdown pass. This one tied at 20 apiece.
Well, they're a really good team. The most dominant, I mean, balanced team on offense, balanced running, balanced passing. They average 50 points a game.
Luke Staley almost 100 yards already, and it's just halftime. NC State facing Florida State. NC State in the driver's seat as far as the ACC goes, but they could stumble against NC State. Chris Richter to Tallman Gardner for the touchdown. Ties the game at 7 apiece. But NC State was able to move the ball at will. Ray Robinson from 3 yards out, and NC State was back on top 21-14. They had led also at 7-0.
Well, Chris Ricks is playing pretty good. A couple of touchdown passes, only 1 pick, but the defense has been independable at Florida State all year.
Jericho Cotchery with a touchdown run in the contest as well. And you see the numbers on Rivers closing in on 200 already. Penn State, Illinois for Joe Pa. Could it be his 4th consecutive win after starting the season 0-4? Bruce Branch says, yes, it can. 71 yards on this punt return. And those of you out there who said the game had passed Joe Paterno by, guess what? He's closing in on his 4th straight win.
This team amazes me. Once you start winning, everybody gets confidence. Everybody finds a way to win. Watch this halfback pass.
Eric McCoo throws it to Tony Johnson, 63 yards. A little bad coverage there.
Knocked him down and Ray took it in there.
14-7. And adding to that lead, Eric McCoo has a touchdown run to go with that. So 21-7 is now the score as they've gone to halftime. And for Penn State, just take a look at what the offense has done, and this will tell you why he has turned this thing around. 492 yards, total yards a game, 216 what they did in the first 4. Guess what? If they win this game, very much in the hunt for a bowl. Georgia Tech facing Virginia. George Godsey with 2 touchdown runs there. Auburn trailing Georgia 14-7. David Green has 2 touchdown passes. And Louisville beats up on Houston 34-10 the final. Dave Ragone with 2 touchdown passes. TJ Patterson a touchdown run. This is the Capital One halftime show. Stick around. Back with more in a moment. This is the Capital One halftime show from here in New York at Times Square. The second half still to come, but let's talk about the #1 team in the nation, the Miami Hurricanes. Everyone knew their strength of schedule was horrendous up until this week. Things getting extremely tough down the stretch. And it would start today with Boston College. Larry Coker knew he'd be in for a battle, and he was. Didn't expect this, though. Ken Dorsey picked off 4 times in the game. He had 4 INTs coming into today.
Yeah, he was very impatient, throwing the ball badly all day and never got better even to the end of the game.
Brian St. Pierre, though, 9 yards to Sean Ryan. Boston College within a couple, then late, going for the touchdown and the lead and perhaps the win. It bounces around, picked off by Matt Walters, and Ed Reed grabs it and goes the rest of the way, so Miami survives the scare.
Well, they still play great defense. You know the old saying, just win, baby, but this is not a very pretty win.
And 5 turnovers in the game. Dorsey, 20 of 41, 222 yards, and 4 interceptions. You wonder if Nebraska can win big against Kansas State, if in fact Nebraska would go to #1 in the polls.
Well, people will vote an undefeated team over another undefeated team if they play better. That could happen.
And if not for Clinton Portis today, Miami would have been nowhere. Had a terrific day. Bob Stoops for Oklahoma. His eyes on Nebraska in a rematch in the Big 12 championship game. Nate Hibble to Antoine Savage. Oklahoma comes back from down 10-0. And then Matt McCoy with a lateral here to Tim Duncan. Doesn't look like he got in for the touchdown.
Absolutely not. And this was a 4th down. He would not have been able to get the ball for a 1st down. It would have turned over, but it didn't happen. They got the win. Didn't matter in the end. But Oklahoma's defense, again, phenomenal.
You wonder, though, in a 10-10 game, if that call might have turned things around. You see Hibble, 25 of 38, almost 200 yards. Couple of touchdowns, and he rushed for a touchdown as well. Kansas facing Texas. Nobody's been better than Chris Sims at quarterback since losing to Oklahoma. 68 yards here to Roy Williams with a 14-0 lead. And then later, Sims hooks up with Cedric Benson for 60 yards. He's been terrific.
Well, they're looking for an at-large bid to the BCS. Their defense is 3rd in the nation, but Chris Sims has been on fire since losing to Oklahoma. But this man, Cedric Benson, he's the best running back, I think, since Ricky Williams.
You see, he catches this one 60 yards for a touchdown. 28 carries, 213 yards, and 2 touchdowns. And again, we talk about Oklahoma facing Nebraska in the Big 12 championship game. Perhaps if they go there and lose there, Texas with just 1 loss, despite the fact that loss was to Oklahoma, might get the at-large bid.
With all these superstars, they're a pretty team. People like this kind of team and would like to see them in a BCS game.
And they will travel people as well. People like that. Minnesota against Michigan. Michigan last week, a loser in the last second of Michigan State. John Navarre hands off to Chris Perry, who gives it back to Calvin Bell. 19 yards on the reverse. Michigan with a 21-10 lead. And then Chris Perry was not done for the day. From 6 yards out, 31-10, the Wolverines still in front in the Big Ten.
Well, when they can run the football, they win. They had 172 yards out of their 2 tailbacks, B.J. Askew and Chris Perry. But Navarre, very critical today. I mean, Lloyd Carr, very critical of John Navarre. They did not have a good game.
No, he didn't. 12 of 22, 144 yards, and was picked off as well. West Virginia against Syracuse, you got to find Dwight Freeney. He gets to West Virginia quarterback Brad Lewis. The fumbles recovery, that's an NCAA record, 15.5 sacks for Freeney. And then Andre Brinson blocks this West Virginia punt. Barry Baker recovers this one. Syracuse in a little bit of a tussle, but they have now won 8 consecutive games, 24-13. Mungro with 21 carries for 78 yards. Up next for Syracuse, Miami.
And they play the kind of defense, I think, to give Miami fits, and they're playing this game. I think down in Miami, they're a good battle for the Miami Hurricanes.
Kevin Jones, 21 carries, 155 yards, as Virginia Tech ends a 2-game losing streak. This is the Capital One halftime show.
By all appearances, I'm a server. But look deeper, and you'll see that I'm an entire company. A direct one-to-one relationship that adds value instead of costs. I'm just the part of the company you'll be looking at when you realize that I'm not just another pretty face. I'm a better way of doing things. Enterprise systems that are easy to build, easy to own, easy as Dell.
Dell PowerEdge servers use Intel Pentium 3 Xeon processors.
Americans have places to go, things to do, so they go Midas. Alignment, we do that. Air conditioning, we do that. Brakes, we do that. So for total car care by certified technicians, who does it all? Midas. We do that.
At BASF, we don't make the car, we make it more reflective. We don't make a lot of the products you buy, we make a lot of the products you buy better. BASF.
The Capital One Halftime Show, presented by Capital One, who asks, what's in your wallet?
The Atlantic Coast Conference. 23 players selected in the 2001 NFL Draft. 3 players honored as Academic All-Americans. Heisman Trophy and Lombardi Award winners. 13 players honored as All-Americans. Pure power, pure tradition, pure thrills. The ACC. Accelerate your dreams.
There are places on Earth where the chase never ends, where the need to know is an insatiable appetite, and the laboratory is a limitless realm that we're free to hunt, pushing back the frontiers of science, engineering, and technology. North Carolina State University. Knowledge is the prey. We are the hunters.
Wednesday.
You're fired.
What? Damon, help her out.
You sure you're not happy about this?
Of course not. Then the kids are in bed. Time for love, according to Jim.
You smell so good. Did you have fries on the way home?
New family comedy, ABC Wednesday. See you then.
Next Saturday here on ABC, 3:30 Eastern Time, regional coverage. Some will see Syracuse try and derail Miami's national championship hunt. Some will see Oklahoma take on Texas Tech in the Big 12, or in the Pac-10, Washington State and Washington perhaps for the winner of the conference. Or in the Big 10, Michigan takes on Wisconsin. Michigan still on their way perhaps to the Big 10 title. Purdue against Ohio State. Eddie George sheds a tear as he has his number retired, and Steve Bellisari would make it a very eventful day. 7 yards to Chris Vance. Ohio State had a 35-9 lead over Purdue, and that's the way it ends up. Bellisari, 14 of 20, 262 yards and 3 touchdowns.
Well, they're still in a chance to win the Big Ten. They've got to beat Illinois, beat Michigan to have a top of the Big Ten.
Indiana over Michigan State, 37-28. Antoine Randall becoming the NCAA leader for rushing for quarterbacks, 3,645 yards. Right now, let's take you back out to your second half.
The sun beginning to set here at Doak Campbell Stadium. The Marching Chiefs celebrating their 40th anniversary. The Florida State Marching Band entertaining here at halftime. Patrick Dunnigan, the director of the band. Entertaining first half so far, too. NC State with a 10-point lead, trying to pull off the upset. 24-14, the second half, straight ahead.
I hate grapes. Green and purple and seedless. Sure, they taste great. But on a supermarket floor, they can make for nasty slips and falls.
Hi, I'm Al Mangoni, a safety specialist with Liberty Mutual Insurance. There's no reason the supermarket floor should ever be a dangerous place. So we're working on non-slip flooring and other materials to keep you safe.
Liberty Mutual. It's more than insurance. It's insurance in action.
I also hate bananas.
Just push me. You gotta believe it anyway. Just push me. Walk this way.
Wednesday on Drew, it's special guest stars the Blue Man Group, and it's live in 3 time zones.
Boy, Drew, when you finish a meal, you finish a meal.
It's Drew Carey Live, Wednesday at 9/8 Central on ABC. 25 of the world's most beautiful women in the world's sexiest lingerie. The Victoria's Secret Fashion Show, Thursday at 9/8 Central on ABC.
This is the new law. We have Panos and Paul's lobsters, that fried lobsters that we will prepare. That's something very new for us, that we got the original recipe from Panos and Paul's. We have certified Angus New York strips. We have filet Oscars, which is filet topped with king crab meat, topped with Béarnaise sauce. In addition to that, we have the original loft prime rib, better than ever. He's a certified executive chef, and he's just got a passion for food and passion for moving the loft for where we want to move it. In addition to our fast lunch, we also got Sunday and Saturday brunch. Saturday and Sunday brunch. We have accomplished bringing something better than ever with the same pricing we had a long time ago. The Loft has always been known as the most romantic restaurant. What made us most romantic is not one big thing. It's 1,000 little things that we learn to do. Now, not only we have 1,000 little things, now we have 1,001 thing to show you different than ever before.
For more than 30 years, physicians with University Orthopedics have been treating area athletes for their sports injuries. With offices in 8 locations, University Orthopedic Sports Medicine provides immediate access to advanced diagnostic and therapeutic services for athletes from recreational to collegiate levels, including strength assessment testing and personal rehabilitation programs. University Orthopedics. We've taken sports medicine to another level.
Depend on Mike Dunn tonight on News Channel 9 at 6.
The first half, a bright one for the NC State offense. They have a 10-point lead, 24-14 over the number 10 team in the nation. Terry Gannon, Mike Mayock back with you. The Morgan Stanley well-connected storyline. Mike?
Phillip Rivers has dominated the football game from his quarterback position. Look at Chris Ricks, 4 completions in the first half. 2 of them, though, for long touchdowns. And obviously the 2 wide receivers from Florida State have done a nice job. Folks, look at the total yard. Who would have thought a 98-yard differential favor North Carolina State?
Now Florida State won the toss. They deferred to the second half. So it's NC State, Adam Kiker, who will handle the duties here, kicking off to Profonso Thorpe and PK Sam. A couple of youngsters back deep. Freshman for the Seminoles. Second half underway. Profonso Thorpe at his own goal line. Crossed the 20 out, fighting his way to the 24-yard line, and Florida State will start there. Victor Stevens made the hit for the Wolfpack. If you're Mickey Andrews now, you look at what's taking place in the first half. What are you telling your guys? What did he tell them at halftime?
I mean, defensively, I think Mickey's saying, I got a bunch of young kids, and once I take the expletives out of what he said, I think he probably just said, we're going to simplify it. We're not going to let them pick us off or do any of that kind of stuff. And offensively, Ricks was 1 for 7 in the second quarter. That can't continue.
First and 10 at the 24-yard line. Straight drop for Ricks. Plenty of time. There goes that. Down he goes. He may have lost a yard. Good coverage in the secondary for NC State.
Yeah, he looked right at Javon Walker, who was wide open on the sideline. I don't know why he didn't pull the trigger. You know what happens with a young quarterback? He's really built up a lot of confidence over the last 2.5 games. However, if you can shake him a little bit, he's got to be questioning himself right about now.
Successful first quarter to open it up for Chris Ricks, but the second quarter a different story. You heard the numbers just a minute ago from Mike. Second and 10 now. Out of the gun. Over the middle, got a man wide open. Complete at the 41-yard line. PK Sam, the freshman out of Beaufort, Georgia. And they'll move the chains.
And this is the vertical pass attack. Mater, the fullback, number 39, will circle underneath, right in the middle of your screen, drawing the linebacker. Then right behind him is PK Sam, the wide receiver. 2 different levels of attack of a zone defense. Well done by Florida State.
Gain of 19, so it's first and 10 from the 43 now for Ricks. We'll call the play at the line of scrimmage.
Nickel package in for State against the 3 wide look.
Out of the eye, Eric Shelton straight ahead. Not much doing there. Falls ahead for a gain of maybe a yard and a half. Shelton, the freshman out of Lexington, Kentucky, and a powerhouse back there at 6'3", 230 pounds. Saw Nick Maddox on one play this afternoon. He caught a pass, but then re-injured that ankle. That's been bothering him. And we did get a report that Greg Jones was a little banged up as well. Had a neck sprain. Play action for Ricks. It's had plenty of time so far in the second half, and Profonso Thorpe with the catch inside the 40 and run out of bounds at the 38. Here's a guy who Bobby Bowden really likes and wants to get him in the ball games more and more as the season progresses.
Yeah, he's an exciting kid that stayed home out of Lincoln High School right here in Tallahassee. He did a great job of running Marcus Hudson off deep and then coming back to the football. And Thorpe, they call him Pro. They want to get him into this offense a little more often.
Got 17 yards on that play, so it's 1st and 10 at NC State's 38. Gardner with a catch inside the 30. He was wide open. Down to the 24. Tallman Gardner, who had a touchdown catch earlier in the game, this time a game of 14.
You know, Ricks and Jeff Bowden both told us their corners will bail out on man coverage. This is what happens here. 2 plays in a row. Marcus Hudson bailed deep. The wide receiver Gardner did a good job, read that, and came back to the football. Marcus Hudson, number 1, has got to do a better job at challenging those wideouts.
Move the chains again. Ball placed down inside the 25. Again, the straight drop. Quick throw, throws behind Sam, who came back for a fine catch. Actually, that's Gardner. Tallman Gardner, who came back nicely to make the catch.
Now that time, Brian Williams challenged the receiver. It was just a good pitch and a catch. Now we're in the red zone again.
2nd and 3. Out of the eye, operating with Shelton, the tailback, and Ricks changing the play here.
Watch Truce Bell in the slot.
Long count, play action.
He had him.
Had him initially, and Ricks is going to run. He's going to go down at the 20, and there's a flag in the backfield, and you are absolutely right. He was open.
I really think Ricks is starting to question some things. He's not reacting as naturally as he has in the last 2.5 games. We're going to get a holding penalty, but he had Truce Bell wide open across the middle.
So you'll get a hold against Florida State.
Holding on the offense, 10 yards, previous spot, repeat, 2nd down.
Now we talked about the slot receiver, 26, Truce Bell. If he gets rid of the football right now, he's open. He had underneath coverage, but he had a slot to throw it. And I think he's hesitating right now. And that's what happens with a young quarterback. All of a sudden goes 1 for 7 in the 2nd quarter and a little concerned about pulling the trigger.
And we talked about the turnovers and trying to stay away from those. He had the 1 interception in the 1st half, but that was a big one because Florida State had momentum. They had just picked one off from Phillip Rivers.
Right, back-to-back interceptions, and Florida State did not take advantage of it.
So it's 2nd and 13 now at the 27. He's had plenty of time here. Flushed out of the pocket. He can run. Getting outside. Ricks has a 1st down inside the 10, driving his way down to the 6-yard line. 21 yards on the carry for Chris Ricks.
And I give Ricks a ton of credit for recognizing the situation, making the right decision. But wait till you see Chad Nader's block, number 39, in the open field. He steps up, doesn't see anything. Look for 39 right to the screen, peels back on the All-American Fisher. That gives the edge to the quarterback, and he runs over Julius Patterson.
1st and goal for the Seminoles at the 6-yard line. Nader and Shelton in the backfield out of the eye.
Counting the box.
The pitch to Shelton. No room to run. Terrence Holt with good containment that time.
And I've been giving Nader credit all day today, but he missed his block on Terrence Holt that time. Holt came up to force the play on the toss sweep. Nader missed the block, and Holt did a great job on the contain. You'll see number 9 flash from the right side of your screen. 39's got to block him. Nader misses the block. Holt keeps the outside in contained. That's as good as you can do it from the free safety position right there. Nice job, and of course defensive coordinator Buddy Green loved it too.
Ricks in the air in this 3rd quarter, 4 for 4 for 57 yards. Going to roll out. He goes down, the ball is loose. NC State has it. Marcus Hudson, number 1. The freshman falls on the loose ball.
That was a bootleg, and if Hudson gets it in the backfield, you know the corner was blitzing. And what's the one thing Jeff Bowden told us this week that the concern was early in the year was him putting the ball on the ground in critical situations. 11 interceptions, also 4 fumbles this year. Ball was forced loose. The cornerback Hudson does a great job, and credit George Anderson for the force.
Anderson causes the fumble. Hudson comes up with it, and NC State holds deep in their own territory.
Just push me. You gotta believe it anyway. Just push me. Walk this way.
For a great car at a great rate, call or click Thrifty.
It was the mountains and the snow and the water below. Are you ready? And you will know it's cold at last when the Coors Light hits your glass. Are you ready for a cold one? Are you ready for a cold Coors Light? Are you ready? Are you ready for a cold Coors Light? Are you ready for a cold one?
Mommy, Daddy, Santa Claus came. Hurry, hurry.
Whoa. Those must have been some cookies you left Santa.
I didn't leave them cookies. I left them cheese.
Ah, the power of cheese.
For a great car at a great rate, call or click Thrifty.
The champs track down the Titans in their first meeting. Now Tennessee is looking for payback. Ravens, Titans, round 2. Monday Night Football at 9 Eastern on ABC.
The left defensive end, number 34, Anderson, closes down. He gets beat on the play, but does a nice job recovering, strips the football, and then the true freshman, Marcus Hudson, makes his second big play consecutively, week to week. But look at Chris Ricks. 5 hurries, 2 knockdowns, 1 sack. That's his 16th turnover of the season. 11 interceptions, 5 fumbles.
Yeah, had an interception in the first half and now the fumble here in the second half. So 2 turnovers this afternoon. NC State taking over 1st and 10 from their own 13-yard line. Ray Robinson, tough yards, maybe 1 yard. He fought his way back. Darnell Dockett, number 45 on the hit.
That's a huge turnaround for North Carolina State there. Darnell Dockett's a funny guy, huh?
There are times when the coaching staff doesn't think he's a funny guy,
but you need those kind of guys, they're characters.
Always playing jokes on other people and loves to play this game.
Okay, they switch to trips again wide side. They force Florida State to react.
Second down, the quick out. Ryan Peterson, the cut back of Bradley Jennings wraps him up as he gets out to the 18-yard line. And that, again, technically was a lateral. We've seen a number of those today.
That's a run play, and that's fine. But the problem is Abdul Howard missed the tackle. You get him out there in the air, you got to tackle the football. Now look, wide open, one-on-one. Howard misses him and turns no gain into 6-yard gain. And that's exactly what NC State offense does to you. It puts guys on air with a chance to make a play.
Big play coming up momentum-wise.
There it goes again. Direct snap to Hannum.
Ball on Hannum, number 19, out of the shotgun. Backup quarterback. Throwing on the run. He's got his man. Hotray, number 82, across the 45 out to the 49-yard line.
Late flag came down. I wasn't sure if he went past the line of scrimmage, but it came from the wrong side of the field, I believe.
We got a legal man downfield, maybe?
Possibly. Roll out like that. That's a dash play. It's the old Joe Theismann dash. They bring number 80 right over, let him block the corner to allow him to get to the edge with the run-pass option.
Receiver, downfield, on the offense, 5-yard penalty, previous spot, repeat third down.
But that's once again what Chuck Amato's offense does to you. All of a sudden, the direct snap to the backup quarterback. He gets out on the edge, delivers the ball late, complete, but there was a lineman illegally downfield, and they're going to bring it all the way back to the 13-yard line.
Oh, that's a huge penalty for the Wolfpack.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, this crowd's back in it, Terry.
The loudest that we've heard this afternoon. Again, there goes Rivers. Split right. Right in motion to the near. Hannum wanted to run initially. He's got nowhere to go. And safe back at the 9-yard line. Darnell Dockett.
He's got to be a little careful with that celebration. They don't want you doing it by yourself. You got to stay with your teammates. I think Hannum made the wrong choice. I think he had a hole to his left, and he decided to go to his right. Dockett, the big play defensive lineman, makes the play and forces the punt.
15th tackle for loss on the season for Dockett. He leads the team. Here's the punt by Herbert, only his second in the afternoon. Dominic Robinson dancing, comes back, got a lane, sidestep, still in, finally down at the 21-yard line. Dominic Robinson, the freshman out of Diamond Bar, California.
Huge play by the true freshman. We talked at the top of the show that North Carolina State had to dominate special teams. They're not. Robinson starts up the middle, forces a missed tackle by Terrence Holt. Gets to the edge, another missed tackle. I thought he stepped out of bounds about 7 yards shy of that.
43-yard punt, but Robinson brought it back 30 yards. So the Seminoles with great field position, another great opportunity.
They might take a shot right here.
Ricks, again a world of time, got his man, a touchdown. Tallman Gardner with the catch. They took a shot and they connected. 22-yard second touchdown catch of the afternoon from Tallman Gardner.
They put the safety, Terrence Holt, in the bind. A double route down the middle. Good job by Ricks in recognizing the open receiver.
Xavier Batia on for the extra point. Up and good. Tallman Gardner with 7 touchdowns in the last 3 weeks, and this one is an important one. The Seminoles back to within
For his first attempt, a 360 tomahawk.
Introducing new Tostitos Scoops.
Amazing. And now the alley-oop reverse.
With the bite-sized bowl-shaped design.
Oh, my. And what everyone's been waiting for, the two-handed thunder.
For the perfect dip every time.
Oh, the judges have to be impressed.
New Tostitos Scoops. The dip lover's chip. Also great with new Queso Supreme dip.
Great job by the Florida State offensive line out of the shotgun all day. They run a double seam route. Ricks has plenty of time to watch it clear underneath and then come back late to Gardner, who does a nice job adjusting on the football that was thrown a little bit behind them. And after the turnover, excuse me, the punt return, they come right back, hit the big play.
Didn't waste any time. The one play after the turnover and the touchdown, second for Gardner this afternoon. So Seminoles back in this one, 24-21, 7:31 left here in the third. Lamont Reed, Greg Golden back deep for the Wolfpack. Reed on the right side. Golden at his own 3. Nothing doing. And his Seminole crowd and his defense pumped up right now. Eric Moore made the hit. Sports presentation of college football brought to you by Dodge. You can take life as it comes, or you can grab life by the horns. Dodge. Pacific Life. Annuities, insurance, investments. Discover the power of Pacific Life. Burger King, home of the Whopper. And America's Dairy Farmers. The power of cheese. Lights are on here at Doak Campbell Stadium. Sun has set. Great look down on a place that Florida State has never lost a game in the ACC. 39-0 coming into this one.
And I'll tell you what, you see the tomahawk chop going right. This is just such a great venue. I'll never forget coming down here as a senior Boston College and losing to one of Bobby Bowden's Orange Bowl teams. Night game, they had it going.
Stadium looked a little different back then, didn't it?
You know what, though? Osceola didn't. He came out on Renegade. I was a captain, and he came out and threw a spear.
Just as intimidating, I guess. Let's go to New York and John Saunders very quickly here.
Terry here on the Burger King update. Kansas State had a 14-13 lead at halftime. But Nebraska comes back. Darren Diedrich takes this one in from 2 yards out. They get 2 cracks at the point after. They go for the 2-point conversion because of a penalty. They get it 21-14.
All right, John, thanks. A look at Chief Osceola aboard Renegade.
Yeah, I came out before the game as a captain. He had a flaming sword. He threw it over our head. I turned to our co-captain and said, Timmy, we're in deep trouble now, man. He said, why is that? I said, because their mascot can kick my butt. Wait till the team gets out here.
Mickey Andrews, defense trying to figure out this NC State offense. And listen to this Doak Campbell Stadium crowd now. Rivers out of the gun. Over the middle, he's got Peterson with the catch, his 5th of the afternoon, the leading receiver on the year for the Wolfpack.
Yeah, I thought Rivers should have gotten rid of it just a little bit more quickly. Bradley Jennings almost had the opportunity to make the play there. They put the linebacker in the bind. Look at the middle of the screen, number 44. Drops off in coverage. He knows coming from his right. There it is. If he breaks on the ball a little bit earlier, he has a chance to make a play.
Ryan Peterson, the strongest man pound for pound on his NC State team. A high school quarterback who's thrown a couple of touchdowns this year. Rivers on the run. Goes down at the 23. Looks like he may be just shy of that marker.
It's not going to matter.
Flag, yeah.
Willie Wright, the tight end, flinched. See, closest to us. See that flinch right there? Puts the hand down, does not reset.
False start on the offense. 5 yards. Repeat second down.
Willie Wright's been quiet this afternoon.
A little bit. I think one of the reasons is that the wide receivers have gotten open against this young secondary more than I expected they would. And the linebackers have done a good job of taking Willie Wright out of that pass offense.
3rd leading receiver on the year. In fact, he's got 5 touchdown catches.
I mean, he had 31 catches a year ago, 27 coming into today's game. That's a big old wide receiver playing tight end is what that is.
They're going to take their time right now and figure out the clock situation. They'll talk it over on the sidelines. We have a moment. A reminder, the U.S. national soccer team in action against Trinidad and Tobago tomorrow at 2 Eastern, 1 Pacific here on ABC.
Why do we have to play against 2 teams?
It's awfully tough when you're outnumbered. Yeah, they're already in the World Cup. Doesn't matter. Be a good one tomorrow, though. Straight ahead goes Robinson. Ray Robinson hit by Darnell Dockett there, but what a first half he had. And the Wolfpack averaging 104 yards on the ground a game this year. Had better than that in the first half. They had 108.
Yeah, I think what Florida State is doing is what we talked about, and you can see the total yards turning drastically right now by half. But I'll tell you one thing. I think what Mickey Andrews did is what we talked about. He simplified his game plan defensively in the second half. He's just getting after him now.
Autry in motion. 3rd and 7 for Rivers out of the shotgun. Throws it out to Jackson. who needs a move to get away. Boy, that closes quickly. But look at Jackson fighting his way up to the 22-yard line. He should be short of the first down, but what a move.
Yeah, he made the first guy miss. I think it was Malcolm Tatum. About 5 more guys followed up. Not going to be enough, and it's going to force a punt here. Huge time of the game for North Carolina State. They had it going pretty good. Then they get the punt here. Look at this, quick snap. Florida State's got about 25 people on the field. They got to throw the flag.
Austin
there goes.
Herbert. Yep, there goes the flag.
And it was 4th and 2. That'll be a first down, folks.
Robinson looking for room, dancing away. And holds onto the football as he's brought down by Antonio Burnett, but they'll bring this back.
Yeah, and I hate to say this, Terry, but I really think that Chuck Amato and his staff is out coaching the Florida State staff to this point in the game. 4th and 2, momentum changing. They sprint that punt team on so fast, and they catch Florida State in the change. That's huge.
And Mickey Andrews certainly made adjustments at the half. His defense has been able to stop NC State, but maybe caught off guard early in the game by what NC State did offensively.
The key here is whether or not he got, there's Mickey Andrews, very concerned, whether or not.
Substitution on the defense, too many men on the field, 5-yard penalty, previous spot. It'll be a first down.
It was like a fire drill there. They couldn't get all their people on and off. They had 15, 16, 18 people on the field.
Yeah, it may not have been 12 men on the field. Might have been 18
17, 18. I'm telling you. And I'll tell you another thing. That's as good as a turnover right there. That's a 4th down punt situation. You get the football back. It doesn't show up on the stat sheet, but that's a turnover for Florida State.
And it has happened to them a number of times this year. You saw Darnell Dockett against Maryland with a big penalty that allowed a drive to continue. Maryland able to go up at that point. And with a young team, I guess that does happen. But you hope at this point in the season it doesn't happen, especially here at home.
And we just saw Mickey Andrews, one of the most highly respected coaches in the country, a little frustrated right now.
1st and 10 at the 26. They give it to Edwards. Tries to get outside, but can't. Abdul Howard showing his speed, the senior out of Quincy, Florida.
Yeah, that was a good job closing by Abdul Howard. He's missed a couple open field tackles on Ray Robinson. That time he did a good job on Kochery.
NC State's offense today looking much better than it has really throughout this season. Corn Robinson, a guy they dearly miss, went to the NFL early. But you say, well, where are the big-time players, the big play receivers? They've come to the fore today. But there's movement on the offensive line, and this one won't go.
It'll be interesting to see which way you call this one, though, because 2 people jumped. Defensive lineman jump from Florida State. I think they're going to get him in the neutral zone.
Offside on the defense, 5-yard penalty, remains 2nd down.
Another break for NC State, keeping drives alive any way they can right now, Tar. Mickey Andrews trying to match his personnel up now. He's got 4 down linemen, normal people in the game.
Fake the reverse. Robinson keeps it. He goes down to the backfield. Down at the 31-yard line. Tony Benford, junior out of Denver, number 97. Get him back there. Well, our Pacific Life game summary earlier in the game, it was all Ray Robinson.
We talk in the open, both on the ground and in the air. This guy can hurt you, and he's been the key to the game so far. Catch the ball, a little flare, makes people miss, gets down the field, and then 3-yard full toss play right there, touchdown.
First half, he had 84 total yards. You talked about how important it was for Florida State to keep him under 100 for the game. 3rd down. Over the middle, there goes Robinson. We just talked about him. He's got a first down for NC State. Bradley Jennings drove him backward, but forward progress gets the first down for the Wolfpack.
That is just a simple little circle route. Robinson coming out of the backfield. They needed about 5. They got 6. Watch number 5 to the left of your screen. Checks. Comes underneath. Sees the zone coverage. He's going to settle in right over the hash mark. He knows where the first down marker is, and he's going to fall forward and get it.
Owen Hannum, number 19 now in. There goes the shift. It's still Rivers, though, at the quarterback spot. Hannum, one of 3 receivers to the near side. Trey Jackson, the give, bouncing outside, and a look at the strength of Jackson to the 45-yard line. Howard ran him out there.
One of the interesting things to me, Terry, and what shows confusion is that pre-snap, when North Carolina State is shifting and doing all the things they're doing, I think Florida State's reacting awfully late to the shifts. And it's hard to tell when 3 guys are going back and forth. They react late to on the right side. Here comes just a little handoff back against it. Jennings can't get to the play, and Howard, the safety's got to make the tackle.
Good job by the NC State offensive line, too, to clear the way for Trey Jackson. Here they go again, late shift. 2nd and 4. Rivers, the quarterback draw. Run for the 2nd time this afternoon. He's close to an NC State first down.
That's just so smart. They spread the field again. He knew exactly what he needed for a first down. Florida State guy down.
Darnell Dockett is down, but back up.
I watched him in practice on Thursday. He weighs 285, and you can't believe, folks, how well he carries that weight. He was only about 265 a year ago, put 20 on of pure muscle. He's one of those guys that's got the motor. He's always chirping, has a great time in practice.
High school player of the year in Maryland. 2-year starter here at Florida State. Part of a defensive line that really has improved throughout the year.
But they've been spoiled around here. You know, you talk about defensive ends. You know, Jackson and Emmanuel are pretty good, but when you lock them up against Boulware, Bernard Wilson, Andre Wadsworth, they're not there yet.
Tough to compare.
Yeah.
First down for NC State. Quick drop, pump fake, going up top to Peterson. Dangerous pass, almost picked off. Chris Hope almost had the interception.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, though, the play was made by the corner. I believe it was Samuels on the bump on the wide. It's number 10. Samuels gets a bump on the wide receiver on the hitch. That forces the elevation of the football. Now your safety has time to come over top. That's a play Chris Hope probably should make. When you're a defensive back, you got to help each other out. If you get a little bump on that wide out, it allows your safety to come over the top and help you. Just throws the timing of the route off.
Play held up because there is a man on the sideline who is down. I think it's actually someone standing on the Florida State sideline who was knocked down, and they're attending to that person. Yeah, there you go. Back at it, ready to go. A commercial coordinator down there took a hit. He's a tough guy, though. He's back. 2nd and 10 now for the Wolfpack.
4 wideouts, including Hannum in the slot.
The inside give, though, to Robinson. Nothing doing. He's going to lose a yard. Bradley Jennings was there to hit him along with Alonzo Jackson, and we'll go back to New York. Times Square Stadium and John Saunders.
Terry, in the Burger King update, Kansas State and Nebraska. Nebraska has the lead. They add to that. DeJuan Gross on the punt return, and watch him separate from the Wildcats. 60 yards for the touchdown. And Nebraska is marching yet again with just under a minute to go right now in the 3rd quarter.
All right, John, tested but starting to roll. Nebraska is 3rd and 11 here for the Wolfpack. Under pressure out to Robinson. Gets a block. Nowhere near a first down, though, to the 48 of Florida State. Malcolm Tatum, the junior out of Miami, who got a start today at the right cornerback spot, made the hit.
Andrews is starting to bring some heat now defensively. Florida State defense is flying around the field. He's played well in the 2nd half.
Austin Herbert, sophomore out of Cary, North Carolina. High snap, but he's able to get it off. This is a short punt, though. Dominic Robinson comes up to field it. Wow. Takes an NC State bounce, though, when things are going your way.
Wow.
That's a break for the Wolfpack.
Herbert said, yeah, I knew it all the time.
That's a punt of 42 yards, but maybe it was in the air for about 30 of those yards. That was it. Wolfpack with a 3-point lead.
How can you provide for the future of the people who depend on you? With the power of Pacific Life. For over 130 years, Pacific Life has improved the lives of millions with investments, annuities, and insurance. Because careful planning today can help them reach their dreams tomorrow. Discover the power of Pacific Life.
There's a light in your soul. Says you're one of a kind. Don't ever let it go. Be original, an individual, like Dr. Pepper. Be you, do what you do. Dr. Pepper, be you, do what
Garth's new album, Scarecrow, is available November 13th, wherever great music is sold.
Then I had that taste.
The new grilled sourdough bacon cheeseburger at Burger King.
Now I'm a believer.
With grilled sourdough bread.
Not a trace of doubt in my mind.
A quarter pound of flame broiled beef.
I'm in love.
2 slices of melted Swiss cheese. 4 strips of bacon. The new grilled sourdough bacon cheeseburger will make you a believer. Now for a limited time at Burger King. Shrek, the biggest movie of the year. Now available wherever videos are sold.
You don't know what you're missing. Tom Cruise, Mission Impossible. Tonight at 8:30, 7:30 Central on ABC.
The Wolfpack with a 3-point lead here in the third quarter. These pictures from high above Tallahassee, courtesy of the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes. Each year, the Goodyear Blimps visit over 100 communities and participate in dozens of telecasts at major sporting events. Of course, you already knew that. American flag up.
Pretty picture.
Stars and Stripes. Chief Osceola wants some offense right now from Florida State. The Dodge drive summary for the Seminoles, their last 8 drives.
It's been either real good or real bad. They started off with 2 long touchdowns, and then punt, interception, halftime, fumble, and then all of a sudden 1-play touchdown. So it's feast or famine for Florida State.
Just outside their own 6-yard line. Ricks swings it out, complete to Nick Maddox, who is back in the ball game, and he's got a Florida State first down, little extra target at the end.
And that was a good read once again. Soft zone defense. Maddox with a little swing route, get him out in the open field and get you out away from your own end zone. Shotgun formation. Maddox top right of your screen. He just flares out. They're playing a soft zone. He's got plenty of open field. Good pitch, good catch.
Gain of 11. Good to see him back in with the injured ankle, so he must be healthy enough to go for Bobby Bowden. Straight ahead for Maddox, who really does give you a different look. You know, the traditional Florida State back at 6 feet, 200 pounds, but much different than Greg Jones, who comes in at least 245.
Okay, and Jones, we got a report, was hurt. All of a sudden you lose him at 245, and you're lucky to be able to come back with Maddox. A little more shifty, good, solid back.
Second down, Ricks. Had time, now that evaporates. Down he goes at the 22. Corey Smith, number 48, senior out of Richmond, Virginia. In our sprint PCS game fact, Florida State with 3 losses in the ACC since '92 when they joined the league. Of course, Virginia, that goal line stand up at Virginia. NC State, the 6 interceptions Winky threw in Raleigh, and Torrey Holt a big game there. And of course, North Carolina earlier in the year, but they have never lost here at home.
And how about North Carolina spanks Florida State, gets their game going again, and we just heard recently they lost a 24-point lead today to Wake Forest, right?
They were up big and lost that, so 3 losses now in the lead for North Carolina. We go to the 4th quarter. NC State with a 3-point lead. Back with more after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Validating tires.
BF Goodrich tires with traction advantage.
Approved.
For control you can feel and see. BF Goodrich tires. Take control.
For a great car at a great rate, call or click Thrifty.
In after-school programs, your kids will find the hero inside themselves. Let us know you want after-school programs in your area. Call 1-800-USA-LEARN.
Kwan, Slutskaya, Hughes, the reigning world medalists meet for the first time this season at Skate Canada. Sunday at 4, 3 Pacific on ABC.
I want to say a few words about a friend of mine.
Well, we're rooming together?
His name is Brian Piccolo.
Honey, have you seen the girls?
He has the rarest form of courage. Brian is sick.
I can't lose him.
I love Brian Piccolo. And tonight, please ask God to love him too.
Brian's Song, Sunday, December 2nd, 7/6 Central on ABC.
0% interest. Hey, it's working. Last month was our best ever. I'm Bill Haskins for Tri-County in Athens. The car haulers unload here almost every day. We're working to offer you a great selection. Buy today, get zero financing for up to 60 months. General Motors says this offer will end November 18th. Hurry for your best selection of new cars and trucks to Tri-County Chevrolet Cadillac. Your one place to go, Highway 11 across from the new Lowe's in Athens.
This News Channel 9 Sports exclusive brought to you by Mountain Creek Trails Townhomes.
The fourth quarter underway here in Tallahassee. The catch made over the middle by Javon Walker. Out to the 45-yard line.
I thought his knee went down. I think we're going to have a talk here back around the 26-yard line.
It did look like he went down. We'll get the word now, and I think they are going to bring it back.
Yeah, I think he did. Man coverage in the secondary. Good read by Ricks. Let's see what happens now. Walker catches the football.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you can't see it because the defensive back's in the way, but it certainly appears like it did. Let's see. Well, you know what? Keep in mind, it doesn't have to be the knee. If anything but your hand or foot touches the ground, you're down. But it looked like he stayed up there.
I don't think he went down, which is a key play. Florida State having to punt it away. Jericho Cotchery gets a block. Still up. And run out of bounds finally at midfield.
Man, there was some hitting on that return.
44-yard punt, a 21-yard return. Was that Terrence Holt who threw that block?
I think it was. And the fans don't like it. It was a very visible block, and they wanted a clip in the back.
Older brother Torrey would be proud of that one. Opening moments of the fourth quarter. NC State still up by 3.
Hey, you want to switch? Sure.
Introducing the all-new Chevy Avalanche. The only vehicle that switches from an SUV to a pickup.
Good idea.
Chevy Avalanche. Like a rock.
Chili's Southwestern Egg Rolls, where East meets Southwest.
Your search for the right financial partner brings you to the Pacific Life family of companies, managing more than $300 billion in assets. Discover the power of Pacific Life.
I'd heard stories, but I had to see it with my own eyes.
I can't send it to you till I get to the hotel tonight.
Can't get information to your coworkers, so you're to blame.
Yeah, how did you know?
May I? You need the Sprint PCS Clear Wireless Workplace. The most advanced wireless package customized for your company. On the only all-digital, all-PCS nationwide network built from the ground up. It'll clear up that forehead thing.
Thanks.
Excuse me, ma'am. Duty calls.
Hi, can I help you?
Yeah, I think I'm starting to go bald.
Yeah, well, that happens to the best of us.
Now at Sears Auto Center, our best-selling Michelin tires are on sale. Sears, where else?
Chili's Southwestern egg rolls, where East meets Southwest.
Syracuse faces #1 Miami for other regional action next Saturday on ABC.
Remember, if anything but your hand or your foot touches the ground, you're down. Shoulder and elbow clearly touch. Good call bringing the football back and forcing the punt. Good job by the refs.
Yeah, we didn't see it from the other angle, but his shoulder clearly touched the ground. Forcing the punt, so NC State takes over at the 49, they'll call it, of Florida State.
Willie Wright only had one catch, folks.
Quick out, complete. Devontae Edwards trying to turn the corner. Does it for a gain of maybe 3. Stanford Samuels ran him out of bounds.
I think Mickey Andrews is upset with the referee. I thought there was a hold out there. He's stalking the sidelines, chasing the referee down. Very upset. That's Joe Kynes, former offensive coordinator in Georgia. Also a head coach, interim head coach at Arkansas this time.
NC State, what they've done today. Florida State below what they have averaged over the course of the season. Of course, NC State, not much going on in the third quarter, though, offensively. Over the middle, caught, but 1.5 yards short of a first down. Jericho Cotchery on the catch. Needed to get inside the 40-yard line to move the chains. So whatever Mickey Andrews did, and you've mentioned just perhaps simplifying things at halftime, it has worked for the Seminoles.
Yeah, I think he's sitting in a more basic defense right now, so they don't have to run around as much. Got a young team, and North Carolina State's as complicated as it gets offensively. There it goes, split out.
Nobody in the backfield now. 4 receivers to the near side. They throw it behind. Cotchery with the catch. Fumble. He lost it. It's on the ground. Robinson had it for a moment. We'll see who came up with it. Florida State thinks they have it.
No, I think it's North Carolina State, and I think it's Willie Wright. And I think it's a first down.
It will be a first down if the Wolfpack has it. Yep, that's exactly who came up with it. Robinson had it for a moment, and then, yeah, there's number 80 on the bottom of the pile, right.
4 wide receivers. Look at this. They did this earlier in the game. It's actually a lateral. There's the cut. He's got the first down. You got a good hit by Hope. Really good hit. Ball's loose. It looks like it ought to go to Florida State, but from the left side, Willie Wright, the tight end, makes his biggest reception of the season right there.
Wright out-wrestled Pope for the football. So it's 1st and 10 at the 36. And again, there goes the shift. Cotchery all the way, split out to the far side. Inside handoff. Cotrey Jackson pounding his way, legs driving down to the 32.
And that's just beautiful. They get everybody front side where the trips are. They get you all spread out. And then their run offense is so simple. It's that little draw play they just ran. It's a quarterback draw, and it's the short pass game. That's their run offense. That's all they have.
Simple,
but it's beautiful.
Simple to watch, but tough to defend.
As a defensive back, I couldn't even imagine having to deal with all this.
And now you've got number 19 in there again, Olin Hannum. Last time they beat them here, 1967, when Chuck Amano was a player. 2nd down and 7 for the Pack. Robinson got a hole, got a block inside to the 23. He's got a Wolfpack first down. Abdul Howard finally closed it. But a gain of 9 for Ray Robinson.
You know, Darnell Dockett, they don't even block him on that play. They anticipate he's going to run up the field, which he did, and you don't even have to block the guy where you're running because he's running up the field. The fullback goes right inside him.
Maybe the most interested spectators watching this one, getting set to play the Maryland Terrapins.
Oh, yeah.
An ACC title. They take on the Clemson Tigers tonight. Robinson. Oh, he cuts back. Ray Robinson's going to get to the end zone. What a run by Robinson. 24 yards for the score.
Yeah, huge missed tackle right in the hole. I thought it was Pope, the Will linebacker.
And this place is silent except for that section right there. Adam Piker on for the extra point. He's got it. So a stunned Doak Campbell Stadium after the run by Ray Robinson and the drive by NC State to take a 10-point lead once again. 31-21 Wolfpack.
There was no running back more fun to watch than Barry Sanders. He'd stop dead in his tracks and go backwards. He'd spin away from tacklers and go sideways. And yeah, he also moved forward for about 15,269 yards.
Hey, nothing beats an original. Original Coors, brewed with Rocky Mountain water.
Original Coors. Nice handoff.
Great. Credit card bill.
Look at these fees.
Honey?
One rate for purchases, higher rate for cash advances, and those telemarketers.
Relax. We switched to Capital One's new no-hassle card.
Introducing Capital One's new no-hassle Platinum Card. No balance transfer fees, no telemarketing, one low fixed rate.
Honey?
What's in your wallet?
After the new Chevy Trailblazer, everything else just seems kind of weak. The all-new 270 horsepower Chevy Trailblazer, like a rock.
And missed tackles can kill a defense. Number 44, All-American Bradley Jennings in the hole. Is it a great move? Yes. Does he have to make that play? Absolutely. Can't miss that tackle in the hole like that. Especially not when you're Bradley Jennings and what he has done in his career. Right. And how about Ray Robinson? Scoring drive for NC State. He's the guy. I mean, he's the guy today. He's got 23 touches, folks, 127 yards, that looks like, and 2 touchdowns. He's got my vote. He puts up those numbers, NC State wins. I mean, throughout the season, right? If he's able to do that. Thorpe and Sam back deep, awaiting the kick. Alfonso Thorpe from his own 5-yard line. Cutting back, looking for a seam. He's got one. Out to the 34. Good return for Thorpe. And the Seminoles, good field position here to start their drive. Don't forget the Ravens and the Titans coming your way. Monday Night Football, 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific. Chris Pfeiffer, our producer, will be there in Nashville. If he can get a flight out of Tallahassee tonight. He hopes he makes it. Don't you have some figure skating or something to do, Turf? That's a week down the line. Okay. Dick Buffington, our director today, giving us the pictures. Great job in the truck. Both guys. Ricks to throw. Over the middle, goes behind Walker. And it's incomplete. You're going to find out a little bit about this young man right now. I'm talking about Chris Ricks. This is where he's got to step up. He proved it against Maryland. He earned the respect of his teammates. Look at the dominance since joining in 1992. They lose today, Terry, and it opens the door. Maryland plays tonight. Tech only has 2 losses. They lose tonight, they can lose that string. Lose that ACC title in the BCS Bowl. So a lot at stake for Chris Ricks here. Starts on this drive. Gardner had it in one hand and then dropped it. Wow. Bobby Bowden's pointing, he wants it. Ryan Williams was step for step with Coleman Gardner, but he still almost made the catch. Look at Mickey. Well, Mickey, you're the defensive coordinator. Now, this, you can't throw this ball any better. We just talked about Ricks. Watch where this ball goes. It's excellent coverage. It might even be interference, but you can't put that ball any better than Chris Ricks did. It's Gardner's job to catch it.
Mickey's not able to speak up just because he's the defensive coordinator there, huh?
But get over and coach your defensive guy. I'm just teasing. Mickey's great.
Look at the number comparison for the two quarterbacks.
We talked about efficiency. Look at the line item there for Rivers. 20 out of 26. That's about as efficient as it gets, folks.
Ricks throws. He's got his man. PK Sam with the catch. That's a first down in NC State territory. Good route by the freshman. Good throw by the redshirt freshman.
I just was starting to say we're going to find out what kind of guts this kid Ricks has, and he throws two beautiful passes. First one's dropped. Second one gets good protection. Watch him step up. Sam's open. Big gain right there. You're going to find out a lot in the last 11 minutes about this young man at quarterback.
A world of time left. I mean, over 11 minutes. Plenty of time for the Seminoles. Play action. Going deep. There was contact. And they'll throw the flag. Yep. PK Sam, number 81.
And let me tell you what happened. The safety, Julius Patterson, bit on play action, was late getting back. He knew it, and he grabbed out. And I think Ricks does a great job on play action for a young kid. I watched him in practice the other day. And for a young kid, he does a great job on play action. Okay, where's the safety? Where's the safety? Where's the safety? 32. He's beat. So what's he do? He reaches out and grabs him. Clearly a good call by the referees. And Julius Patterson
probably saved a touchdown.
Yeah, but he got beat. He got a nosebleed there. Play action. You know, you're up by 10 here. Don't get beat deep, Julius.
He got beat initially, but the contact. That another good pass from Ricks may have been 6.
Right, I agree with that.
Inside the 30 now, out of the shotgun, under pressure. NC State on the blitz. Ricks gets rid of it. How did he get that one off? Terrence Chapman, number 11, was flying at him.
Yeah, and Chapman's a guy they really like as a pass rusher. Defensive end, number 11. They got a full blitz coming from the top of your screen. You're going to see him flash from the left. There he comes. Good job. And how about Ricks? Presence of mind to get rid of the football and save the sack. I mean, I really feel like watching a lot of tape of this kid, talking with him yesterday. I like the kid. I want him to do well because I think he's hung in there. But you're going to find out. We're really going to enjoy these last 11 minutes.
He's a strong kid, too, just to be able to get that one off.
World of talent.
6'4", 210. He's going to run this time. Cuts back. He's got a first down.
Fumble.
Fumble. The ball is loose. NC State has it. Do they whistle it dead?
I think that's a fumble, folks. I think he's going to call it down, too.
They whistle it dead. His knee hitting the ground, and Florida State will keep the ball and have a first down.
That's huge. And Jeff Bowden told us yesterday one of the things this kid does is sometimes he tries to do too much and creates a fumble for himself. Watch what happens here. Great recognition. Here he goes. 4.5 speed. Now get down. Don't take on 2 tacklers. The ball was ripped out by the freshman Marcus Hudson. The question is the knee down? Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. Good call.
Gain of 14. He fumbled earlier in the game, you remember.
Yep. That's huge right there.
Out of the gun, under pressure, Ricks throws, and Thorpe. There was contact again. Looked like the defender was all over the back of Profonso Thorpe.
Yeah, that's the true freshman again, Hudson. They're picking on these freshmen a little bit, and they should. That was pure man coverage there. They peeled the linebacker with the running back, and Hudson had the wide out all to himself.
Spot foul. First down.
Okay, red zone. Here we go. Top of your screen, number one on number 1. You can see him right there. Left arm wraps around the shoulder pad, preventing the catch. Clearly a good call.
Freshman on freshman.
Right.
Thorpe got the better end of that deal that time.
And as a former defensive back, I think pass interference is a contradictory term in itself, but that's okay.
It applied there, though.
Yes, it did.
First and goal from the 3.
Here they come.
Wolfpack showing blitz. Ricks picking it up. He's going to leap to the end zone. Touchdown, Seminoles. It If that drive is about character, Chris Ricks has plenty.
Yeah, if the fumble gets called the other way, though, we're talking about it a little bit differently. But let me tell you something. There's no questioning his athletic ability and heart.
Bethea for the extra point. So Florida State back to within 3. 10:05 left here in Tallahassee. It's 31-28 Wolfpack.
Change for $1.
Sure. Introducing the all-new Chevy Avalanche. The only vehicle that changes from an SUV to a pickup.
Thanks.
Chevy Avalanche, like a rock.
Eisenberg drinking a Pepsi.
Actually, this isn't a Pepsi. It's new Pepsi Twist with lemon. And I'm not Hallie Eisenberg.
I'm Halle Berry.
Drinking Pepsi Twist.
Well, it's not exactly Pepsi Twist. It's Diet Pepsi Twist. And I'm not exactly Halle Berry.
You know.
I'm Barry Bostwick.
Who is Barry Bostwick?
Like twists? Try new Pepsi Twist in regular and diet. A lemon twist on that great Pepsi taste.
An ABC premiere event, Saving Private Ryan, presented uncut Sunday at 8/7 Central on ABC. Viewer discretion is strongly advised.
Plan call, quarterback draw from the 4-yard line, spread the field, make one guy miss, get up in the air over the free safety hole. That's just athletic ability. And Terry Gannon was just all excited during the timeout and said, we got a ball game.
We do. Down to the wire here in Tallahassee. 10:05 left. And NC State with a 3-point lead. Remember, they're 75-3 in the ACC and never lost here at home.
But this is where they separated a couple of weeks ago against Maryland, tied at 31. Fourth quarter went on to win 52-31.
Greg Golden, Lamont Reed back for the Wolfpack. Golden fields it. Looked like it was going to go out of bounds.
Yeah, should have let it go.
Looking for a seam. He's not going to find one. Back to the 15. Poor decision by Greg Golden.
Good call.
ABC Sports presentation of college football brought to you by Chevy Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. New Pepsi Twist. Pepsi and Diet Pepsi with a twist of lemon. Morgan Stanley, formerly Morgan Stanley Dean Witter, move your money, get well connected, and Original Coors. Nothing beats an original. The chant, the tomahawk chop going on here at Doak Campbell Stadium. They need a stop with 9:54 left.
Wow. It's rocking and rolling now. State has to answer here.
1st and 10 from the 15. Rivers over the middle, got his tight end Willie Wright to the 21-yard line. Remember, Willie made the big play recovering that fumble on the last drive.
That's just a little combination route. Kochery cleared out over top. Wright came underneath, and once again the quarterback made the correct read. Rivers looks out to our left, folks. You're going to see the flash. He comes underneath Kochery's route. They've been putting Jennings in a bind all day. Receiver short and one deep.
Only the second catch of the afternoon for Willie Wright. Ray Robinson, tough yards up to the 29. The Wolfpack offensive line doing some work.
Yeah, the offensive line got a push, and the fullback did a great job on the All-American Jennings and just crumpled him over and allowed Robinson to get a big play. Watch 44 to the right in the middle of your screen. He's supposed to come up and take on Jackson in the hole, and that's a big win right there for Jackson. He's outweighed by about 25 pounds, gets at least a stalemate, and Robinson comes in behind.
Against an All-American. First down for the Wolfpack now at the 30. Out of the shotgun, Rivers over the middle. Dangerous pass. The intended receiver, Troy Graham, Michael Boulware, and Bradley Jennings right there with him.
And these NC State guys are starting to smell a little blood. They're starting to jump on some of these short routes. I think they're going to have to loosen them up a little bit vertically again. We haven't seen State go deep in a while. I think they got to take a shot and move these guys back off the ball a little bit.
You mentioned finding out a lot about Chris Ricks on the last drive. You find some things out about the Wolfpack offense here on the road in Tallahassee with the crowd as loud as it is. Right in motion. Straight drop. Slings it out to Jackson. Cuts back. Close to a first down. Coach Ray Jackson appears to have a Wolfpack first down.
You got to tackle people. And that's what they're doing. They're isolating running backs on corners, and the running backs are winning. That time, Rufus Brown had a chance to make a tackle and force a third down situation. He missed the tackle again in the open field.
Willie Wright, the tight end, who's had 2 catches this afternoon, threw a nice block to Spring Jackson, too, on the cutback. So they move the chains. First down from the 40, and here comes that shift again.
3 wides from the short side to the wide side. Florida State trying to catch up.
Give it inside. Jackson, strong running and a big gain. Gets about 8 to the 48. Bradley Jennings tripped him up.
I love that play. They don't block the nose guard. They bring the wide receiver back just to hold the linebackers on a fake reverse. Watch what happens now. The wide receiver is going to fake reverse. They're not going to block the defensive tackle down the left of your screen. They let him come free. Jennings has to make the tackle 7 yards downfield.
You watch this game, Mike, and you wonder how NC State throughout the season could be last in rushing in the ACC. On the ground again. Robinson straight ahead. He's got a first down. Clock at 7:36.
And Terry, you make a good point, especially that offensive line. The middle 3 guys. Derek Green, the center's 250. Weir's 260, the guard, and Brown's 268. That's the smallest interior offensive line I've seen in 20 years.
NC State today 435 yards.
They've done everything well, and Terry, I agree with you. They're running the ball better than they have all year.
Owen Hanneman at quarterback now on the sprint. Can he get outside? No. Bradley Jennings caught him and held him up behind the line of scrimmage.
Now, that's recognition. Great job by Jennings. He knows Hannem's in. What does Hannem's package consist of? It consists on getting to the edge. Jennings knows it. Here goes Hannem. This is a quarterback keep all the way. He scrapes to his left, makes the open field tackle, and that's the difference between a great play and a poor play is the tackle.
So after the loss, it brings up 2nd and 13. And Phillip Rivers back in at quarterback. They bring the blitz. He picks it up, complete over the middle. He's got his tight end, Willie Wright, who is close to a Wolfpack first down and should have one.
They have run that play 20 times today. And because of the blitz, Wright was left wide open in the middle. Watch from the left of your screen. The wide receiver goes deep. The tight end goes underneath. Another busted assignment underneath. Boulware has to come over and make the tackle.
Jennings came on the blitz. No one picked up that area.
Exactly. Wide receiver clears out, and he's wide open underneath, and that's a tremendous offensive game plan by Marty Culbreath.
Gain of 14 for Wright.
Here they go.
Hannem, number 19, there he goes. Split out. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Going to give it inside, though. Ray Robinson squirts away from 1. Made it all on his own to the 35.
Heck of a drive. We're under 6 minutes. They got it back with about 10:50. Run 5 minutes of the clock here, and most of it, Terry, on the ground. It really shows me something for NC State and tells me that Florida State may be defensively not as good as they need to be. People are moving the ball on them.
Robinson with 104 yards, almost as much as the entire Florida State team.
That makes his 3rd consecutive 100-yard game. And when he's running for 100 yards and catching the football, they're a pretty good football team.
Right in motion as the crowd gets louder here. They swing it out. Coach Ray Jackson, what a move to get away from one. And now inside the 30 to the 29. Host of tacklers there, including Abdul Howard.
But once again, and I hate to harp on it, but you got to tackle. And either Brown or Tatum missed another tackle in the open field there. And that's why North Carolina State on third down has had so many third and less than fives. Because this is where they want you. They get you down to third, 3, 4, 5. Now they got a run pass. They got you.
Don't forget, the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating coming your way. Skate Canada tomorrow at 4 Eastern, 3 Pacific here on ABC, including Michelle Kwan in that field. Key third down coming up for the Wolfpack. 3rd and 3. Audrey in motion. Rivers throws behind right, who's got it, and he's got a Wolfpack first down.
I mean, that's the play they've run all day. It's a combination of 3 players. The running back swings wide, the wide receiver clears out deep, and the tight end, Willie Wright, who split out, comes underneath. And they got to jump that route. It's recognition. You got to jump the route. Rivers looks back. He sees what's happening. Bang. He just gets it in front of Jennings. That's until you take it away, they're just going to keep coming back with that 3-man combination route.
This could be the drive of the season for NC State. Taking all this time off the clock.
They got to finish
the game. They've got to get points at the end. Exactly. Robinson nowhere to go. Back maybe ahead for 1.5 yards.
Good job by Kevin Emanuel, the defensive end, finally closed down with that fullback. Made the play.
Clock continues to run, though.
Now remember, we got a 3-point lead for NC State. Field goal makes it 6, obviously, and forces Florida State to score a touchdown to win the ball game. They got to get points on the board if you're NC State.
Rivers on the day, 25 of 32 for 245 yards. Steps up, throws on the run, complete, short of the first time, but there are flags on the play.
Yeah, I thought he was all over his back.
Looked like it.
You can see who's stepping to the forefront of this offense on this last drive is the tight end, Willie Wright, who only had 1 catch coming into the drive, is now dominating the football game.
Pass interference on the defense. Spot foul. Automatic first down.
Some crucial penalties and mistakes in the second half for Florida State.
Hanging all over his back. Here we go again. They need yardage. There goes number 80, the tight end. Over the top right there. That's, I believe, the Will linebacker. Nope, that's McFadden in the corner. Hanging all over his back.
This drive started at the Wolfpack 15-yard line. It's taken almost 10 minutes off the clock. Robinson jumps ahead and is brought down inside the 15. Don't forget, if time permits, stay tuned for the Thrifty Car Rental post-game report. Stories and highlights from across the country with John Saunders and Terry Bowden.
Don't forget, with 2:56 left in the game, Florida State still has all 3 of their timeouts, and they're going to need to start thinking about them soon. Clock is running.
Clock is running, exactly.
Chuck Amato knows it.
Going to use every bit of that play clock. Fake the inside give. Rivers on the run, trying to get outside. Jennings won't let him get there.
Well defensed by Jennings, but give Rivers credit for staying in bounds.
Stayed in bounds.
His father was a coach, still is a high school football coach. His dad, Steve, was his coach in Athens, Alabama. Now the head coach at Wakefield High in Raleigh. You can tell the son of a coach.
Florida State uses one of their timeouts, so they're down to 2. NC State with 2:24. We'll talk it over and have third down coming up when we come back to Tallahassee.
You're gonna fall in love with the new grilled sourdough bacon cheeseburger at Burger King. Indulge your craving in a hot, delicious quarter-pound of flame-broiled beef with melted Swiss cheese and 4 strips of crispy bacon, stacked up on 2 slices of grilled sourdough bread. It's for a limited time, so head over to Burger King today and get ready to fall in love.
After the new Chevy Trailblazer, everything else just seems kind of weak. The all-new 270 horsepower Chevy Trailblazer, like a rock.
Your boy.
Terry Gannon, Mike Mayock back in Tallahassee. Got a good one going here in the fourth with 2:23 left. NC State inside the 15-yard line, 3rd and 7 coming up.
Now, once again, that 3-play pattern with Willie Wright coming underneath has been their staple with about 5 to 7 yards. You got to believe Florida State's going to be all over. This is the lineup they use it out of. That's the formation. Now Wright shifting.
There goes Wright, and there goes Patrick.
Yep. 3 down linemen for State.
Rivers with time swings it out to Robinson. Nowhere to go. Great play defensively by Florida State.
I think it was Pope. It looked like Pope that flashed there. Yeah, number 9, Kendall Pope. They jumped all over the swing pass there. Excellent job.
So you've got 4th down coming up for the Wolfpack with the clock stopped at 2:14. Well, they got the stand they needed, did the Seminoles.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the place kicker and what they're going to do now.
So the 3-point lead, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But remember, the last time NC State beat the Seminoles was back in Raleigh in '98. You had Torrey Holt running all over the place. A punt return of over 60 yards. Look at that. Able to get all the way to the end zone. Holt was fantastic that day, and also Chris Winkie threw the 6 interceptions. And the Wolfpack with a 24-7 upset in Raleigh. One of only 3 times Florida State has lost in the ACC. Never lost here at home, though. Back to the current situation.
You must be a good luck charm for your alma mater, but you know what?
Don't know about that.
I mean, here comes a place kicker. It's going to be Adam Kiker, I'm sure, who's 5 for 6 on the year. His long is 31. How long do you think this kick's going to be? 31.
Right around there. Yeah, maybe
off the
they might call it 32. So.
Off the left hash. Good angle.
This
4th down.
And they're going to go for it. NC State, Adam Kiker's not out there. There's Phillip Rivers.
Oh, and look, here it comes, folks.
They've got to call a timeout.
And did you see what they did? They split the offensive lineman. Colmer way out. That's the old. My dad had a term for my high school coach. You split the lineman all the way out wide each side, and you force them to defend all 53 yards of the field with the width. And
with the width. That's difficult to say.
Apparently, I didn't say it very well either.
No. Mickey Andrews on the sideline.
And Joe Kynes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of years between them. And how about that call? I mean, he just tipped his hand there, so I'm sure Mickey's trying to get everybody. But what it does is it forces the defense. You can throw the ball all the way to the left sideline. You can throw it all the way to the right sideline, or you can stay right in the middle. So you got to defend all 53 1/3 yards. And let's see if they're going to come back and kick field goal now.
Yep.
Okay, that's what they had to.
So Adam Kiker, whose long is 31 yards. They'll call this a 32-yard attempt. He's made one already in the game.
Right-footed kicker, good angle for him from that hash.
High snap, they have trouble with it. He gets it off.
Wow.
And it's good. What a play by the holder and Kiker, the kicker.
Wow. Adams, the holder.
I believe it was number. No, take a look.
It's Mebane. You're right.
Jeremy Mebane.
And I'll tell you what, the laces are the wrong way. Yep. He fumbled it. Tatum almost got there. It was an ugly kick, but you know what?
Look at Mebane. Can't believe it.
Tatum can't either. It's still worth 3, folks. That's the bottom line.
Wasn't pretty.
But that is so crucial. That changes everything for Florida State and our getaway plan. That's perfect.
Less important.
No, but in all honesty, it changes absolutely everything, because now field goal doesn't do them any good.
Pacific Life summary. Take a look at the numbers so far here in Tallahassee. Rivers, look at the game that he has had.
We highlighted him up top. He's done everything we said about being an efficient, smart quarterback. My hat goes off to him. Chris Ricks, less attempts, bigger plays. Look down the bottom, though. Who would have ever thought North Carolina State hangs 464 yards on the Florida State defense?
Averaging 346 yards on the year.
Yeah, 120 more. And Bobby Bowden cannot be real happy about that. Look at that. Fumbles the hold. The laces are wrong. A double clutch. Tatum went by.
Yeah, he was by it.
He actually went by and tried to trail it with his left hand. He can't believe he missed it. The irony is that actually the fact that he misheld it helped him get away from the blocker.
Mm-hmm. Alfonso Thorpe at his own 5. Out to the 23. So Florida State with just over 2 minutes left. They've got 1 timeout remaining, and they've got to go, well, from the 22 all the way to the end zone. Don't forget, at the conclusion of today's game, we'll select the Chevrolet player of the game from each team. Chevrolet will make a $1,000 contribution to each university's general scholarship fund. A lot of the story still to be told here. 2:04 left. Chris Ricks out of the shotgun.
Look how deep those safeties are. 18 yards deep. And
Ricks
that's why
thrown over the middle, and it's dropped. Incomplete. Javon Walker. NC State wants it ruled a fumble, but he never had control.
The safeties were 18 to 20 yards deep. Walker read it correctly, as did Ricks. They did everything correctly except catch the football. Watch the space between the corners and the secondary. You don't even see the secondary in the picture yet. Walker just drops the football. You can't play it too soft now. The secondary again, 18 yards deep and a 2-deep look. That's real loose.
4 receivers set. Got to go 78 yards. Rick stepping up, firing behind his intended receiver, and it's incomplete, but again he had a man open. This time it wasn't the receiver's fault.
Both times, though, the separation between the front 9 actually and the 2 safeties is too much.
Rivers and Robinson on the sideline.
But I would imagine they're going to do it again this time anyway.
Buddy Green's defense trying to hold here with 1:51. 3rd down and 10 for the Seminoles.
Look how deep those safeties are, folks. Plenty of room in the middle. That's where I would anticipate seeing this.
Got the same set from Florida State. Quick drop, quick throw behind Walker. Nice catch. Up to the 37. They'll move the chains, and the clock will stop. Gain of 17.
Same intermediate route. They've got to have the first down. That's an excellent catch after the drop by Javon Walker. Excellent catch going back and getting the football.
NC State is going to take a timeout here. And I believe that's their final timeout. So they're out of timeouts. Florida State has 1 left. And a reminder, our overhead shots courtesy of Goodyear. And the Goodyear blimp Stars and Stripes on board at the controls. Captain Van Thomas from Pompano Beach, Florida. Right down the road from there. Gorgeous shots from high above.
Ball's on the 37-yard line, 1:39 left. So far, NC State defensively has showed a real 2-deep look on here. And they're basically saying you got to get in the end zone to beat us.
Chris Ricks has time here, but again, just the 1 timeout. So you got to use the clock wisely.
Yeah, I I think they have to mix it up just a little bit. Here comes the same look. The two deep safeties, and they take the middle linebacker and drop him 12 to 15 yards deep. That's the middle linebacker around the 50. Playing very, very loose with a 4-down man rush that won't get to Ricks by themselves.
They swing it out. Maddox has it. He'll get out of bounds. Run out of bounds at the 42. It was Victor Stevens who ran him out there. Minute 32 left.
But that's exactly what NC State wants. They want to force them to throw it underneath like this. 4-man rush, 5 people blocking. Rick should have plenty of time. Maddox has the speed to get the yardage and then get out of bounds.
Similar set now for the Seminoles. Maddox on the other side, though, in the backfield.
4 wide.
Plenty of time for Ricks coming out. He's got his man. And Javon Walker with the catch and gets out of bounds. He's got a first down.
Remember, Florida State still has 1 timeout left. And if you're NC State, you're playing it real loose here. I still think you got to mix it up a little bit. Florida State's too talented offensively to just say we're going to sit in the 2 shell and let you guys do what you want. Mix it up a little bit. They're sitting in the same look again.
5 catches on the afternoon for Javon Walker. Ricks out of the shotgun. Here comes NC State on the blitz. They pick it up, and again, the out, and they get out of bounds. Complete out to B.J. Ward, redshirt freshman out of Dallas. The number 10 team in the country, Florida State, trying to avoid the upset here at home, and their first loss ever in the ACC at Doak Campbell Stadium. If the Wolfpack could hold on here.
I think Ricks missed a read on that last one. I think they've got to get intermediate route down the field, 15, 18 yards. Middle linebacker dropping back again into deep coverage with the 2 safeties.
Swings it out to Maddox. Nice catch. Ahead, sidesteps 1. Popped at the 37, but another big gain, another first down. Clock will stop. Gain of 10 for Maddox.
Rick's doing a good job trying to get his people up on the line. As soon as they reset the chains, the clock will start. There it goes.
Crowd starting to believe here in his final drive. Quick throw. Walker with the catch ahead of Hudson, who wraps him up and keeps him inbounds, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, did he?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, they're winding it.
So they're going to have to use that final timeout.
That's huge.
And that's a freshman making that play, Marcus Hudson.
You know, good or bad, Hudson's been involved in a lot of things today.
Yes.
He got beat a little bit earlier, but that's a true freshman. That's okay. Let's see if he gets out of bounds on this. Walker, number 80, little hitch route. Now he's got to fight hard to get more. You got to get out of bounds. You got to get out. I think he's out. He rolled right over the top of Hudson and dropped the ball on the sidelines. Watch him. See what touches. He's going to use the body. The hand's okay. The hand's okay. Oh, he's fine. That's out of bounds.
He was out of bounds.
That caused Florida State to burn their last time out. Hands down, that's okay. That right knee went down, but I think the ball was out. That's huge right there.
Heck of an effort to get out of bounds, too, but he didn't get credit for it. So 46 seconds, neither team with a timeout. And the ball at the 33. Just outside the 33 with Florida State. So many times this stadium, well, not nearly empty at the end of the game, but certainly a lot less people because they're blowing people out. But
and my man is usually right. He's used to being in the parking lot at this point.
Well, he maybe should be in the parking lot at this point, but
it's the longest he's ever been in this stadium. All right, now we're going to see that 2 shell look, I think, again from NC State. They're going to push the middle linebacker back into coverage. They've got 4 down linemen and nothing but D-backs and linebackers beside them.
Ricks, no pressure at all. He's got a man at the goal line. Incomplete. O'Truz Bell was there, had to turn to try to catch it, though.
That amazes me against the 2 deep that they can allow that to happen. North Carolina State, they almost gave it away right there.
Number 72, Brett Williams, injured on the play. He had Bell. He just had to turn around to try to make that catch, and he couldn't adjust.
I'm
There's
amazed.
no reason he should be out there.
If you're going to play that deep look, you can't get beat deep. And the safeties have a lot to cover, but that means the corners have to sink back underneath that deep route. And I'm amazed, and I think Chris Ricks was probably also. I'm flabbergasted that he was open with a chance to win the football game in the coverage they were in. That shouldn't happen.
So Rick's able to talk things over with the coaches on the sideline. Jeff Mountain among them.
Yeah, let's think this through now. Third down.
So it is down to the wire here in Tallahassee. NC State trying to pull off the upset, 34-28. The Wolfpack with the lead over the number 10 team in the country. Terry Gannon, Mike Mayock here in what's been really a great one. NC State with a whole lot of offense early, in the Florida State Seminoles the same. But in the second half, the defense coming up for Florida State, making some adjustments. And his final drive, finding out a lot about Chris Ricks, the redshirt freshman quarterback leading the Seminoles down the field. Unfortunately, not a sight you want to see as Brett Williams, number 72, the left tackle, is carted off.
And he's their best offensive lineman. He protects the blind side typically in pass situations for Chris Ricks. He'll be replaced with a redshirt freshman. And if I'm North Carolina State, I'm going after that guy right now, Alex Barron.
3rd and 6 for the Seminoles now. 40 seconds left in the game.
No timeouts.
No timeouts left. The ball on the 33 of NC State.
NC State too deep shell look. They're laying way off. It should be open underneath.
Ricks straight drop, throws over the middle. He's got his man complete at the 25-yard line. Javon Walker with the catch.
I told you to be open underneath. Now you got to get over the ball because the clock stops. They'll reset and they'll start to run it. So Chris Ricks has got to get everybody ready right now.
Got the first down, but they'll start the clock right now once they got the ball set. This is the drive that started on Florida State's 22-yard line. Ricks the quick out. Again, Walker, and he's able to get outside.
Yeah, I'm flabbergasted at NC State's defense. They've been in the same exact defense since this shell started, since this drive started. It's a two-deep look. They're giving away everything underneath. We've got 22 seconds. They've got at least 3 plays left, and now they can take some shots at the end zone.
They really haven't even challenged those underneath routes.
Sorry, I'm telling you. I've watched the coverage on every single play. It's been the two-deep look, soft zone underneath. And what they're saying to you right now, Florida State, is we'll give it to you underneath, but you're not getting anything up top. The problem is that now they can take shots in the end zone.
Once you get to the 21-yard line, the underneath can get you to the end zone.
Yeah.
Play clock running down. They got the play off, though. Rick's going to take a shot. Tipped, almost picked off. Javon Walker, the intended receiver. Lamont Reed was back there. He got a hand on it. The freshman from Concord, North Carolina.
Phew. Good job by Reed. They finally got some pressure on Ricks. With that 4-man rush, they haven't been able to get any pressure on him. 3rd down. 17 seconds.
Florida State trying to win their 10th consecutive ACC championship. They can't lose this one, though. Ricks going to tuck it and run. Slides down near a first down at the 15. It depends where they spot it. He's got the first down. So they'll stop the clock momentarily, but only 10 seconds left. And again, Florida State out of timeout.
Into the end zone, folks. Here it goes.
Going to stop it first, though.
Yep.
So it'll bring up 2nd down for Florida State, trying to avoid the upset. Jeff Bowden, what do you got left here with 7 seconds?
Well, let's see what their personnel grouping's in the game. Chuck Amato knows these guys better than anybody.
Spent 18 seasons on the sidelines for Bobby Bowden.
They've got 1, 2. They got 5 wide receivers in the ball game. No backs. Everybody's heading to the end zone. They're 1 missed tackle away from a touchdown.
Only 7 seconds left. Ricks taking a shot over the middle. Incomplete. 4 yards. 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 4
went right through the hands, I think, of Lamont Reed, the defensive back from North Carolina State, who's in the game as a freshman.
It was B.J. Ward who was in the end zone. Take another look.
See the break on the football right there. Lamont Reed had an opportunity to make a play, and he knocked it down.
So here's your ball game. 3 seconds left. Florida State trying to punch it in against NC State. Ricks under pressure, throws it up top. The jump ball in the end zone, incomplete. The game is over. The Wolfpack pulling off the upset in Tallahassee. They upset the number 10 team in the country. It is the first ACC loss ever for Florida State here at Doak Campbell Stadium.
And I expected better than a Hail Mary in that field position for the last play of the game.
And Chuck Amato, after 18 years on the sidelines as an assistant coach to Bobby Bowden, able to come back here. He's got tears in his eyes to pull off the upset. Wow. Our Chevrolet players of the game. Ray Robinson for NC State, 106 yards on the ground, 8 catches as well for 39 yards. And Almond Gardner, 4 catches, 76 yards, 2 touchdowns. In recognition of their efforts, Chevrolet will make a $1,000 contribution to each university's general scholarship fund. Wow, what a game here in Tallahassee.
Chuck Amato was in tears. That makes his program.
ABC Sports is online at ESPN.com. Keyword ABC Sports.
All right, guys, thanks a lot. Let's first talk about this stunning victory. NC State becoming the first ACC team to win in Tallahassee, and it leaves it wide open now for Maryland tonight. Faces your brother Tommy.
They sure. This Florida State team, with the defense, the way it was played, they just couldn't stop anybody. NC State got ahead, then they controlled the ball. Now Florida State has thrown this thing right back in Maryland's lap.
The other big question is, Miami was not impressive winning at Boston College. Nebraska a little more impressive beating Kansas State. Does Nebraska leapfrog Miami in the polls?
Sure, I think they're both undefeated, but I think Nebraska played better against a very good team. They should be number 1, Miami number 2, but each week that could change.
And if that does happen, don't be surprised if Oklahoma, who had the big win over Texas A&M, finds themselves back in number 2. Thanks for watching. See you later.
If you need someone to talk to, call the Girls and Boys Town National Hotline. They're ready 24 hours a day, and they understand what you're dealing with. The call is free at 1-800-448-3000.
Television's best dramas.
Bringing him in is really pulling a squad together.
NYPD Blue.
You figure you were going to clear this case on your own? Is that how it works?
Followed by Philly.
Don't threaten me, David.
I think you're a bad influence on me, Kathleen.
New Blue, 9/8 Central. New Philly, 10/9 Central. ABC Tuesday. Viewer discretion advised.
Defending champs Tiger Woods and David Duval team up again for the USA in the World Golf Championships. EMC World Cup next Saturday on ABC.
Just what you would expect from America's #1 wireless provider, America's #1 deal. Verizon Wireless presents 3,000 night and weekend home airtime minutes per month on select plans of $35 or more. IPT with 3 locations, Bradley Square Mall in Cleveland and Northgate Mall in Hamilton Place in Chattanooga. See any IPT cellular location for this great deal and quality name brand phones you can count on. Verizon Wireless and IPT Cellular. 2 great names in portability and ultimate convenience. Visit one of IPT's 3 locations to sign up for service. Do it today.
I know, Mom. We're nearly unpacked. Yes, we've got a guest room. Well, you need to come see it. Tomorrow. No, that'll be fine, Mom.
Need some stuff for your home? Find it all at Southern Home Rentals. Brand name quality merchandise, easy payment plans, even same-day delivery. Southern Home Rentals. If you're renting from anyone else, you're paying too much.
Take a look at your present 93, 94, 95 Ford Mercury or whatever, and think about it. If I trade it, it'll cost me thousands or monthly payments. Tell you what, you bring that car down to Lawrence Doster, and the body shop will examine the dents. The service department will check everything out, and the parts department will estimate. And just maybe, instead of thousands, maybe just hundreds. What do you think?
Kelsey Grammer and the cast of Frasier. Monday's Oprah.
And now, Mike Dunn, Rex Thompson's weather, and Dave Staley with sports. This is News Channel 9 Weekend.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us. Forest fires are raging in several areas across the region, and forestry officials say they're still getting very little relief. Many of today's blazes are reignited fires that firefighters have dealt with before, and in some cases, put out. Since October 31st, fires have consumed more than 14,000 acres in Sequatchie, Bledsoe, Ray, Grundy, Van Buren, and Marion counties. And another fire was sparked today just below Marion County. News Channel 9's Mike Dell'Ostrito joins us now live from Etna Mountain, where he has been following closely the day's events. Mike, what can you tell us?
That's right, Mike. We're in Dade County, Georgia, and there are firefighters from 3 separate states here, not only Georgia and Tennessee, but also from Texas, lending a hand to battle this blaze today. And now they are still helping to protect several homes that are somewhat in danger from this fire, which quickly grew. The thinking now is that it started along train tracks, which are right along this area. Apparently, a train going by created a spark, causing this fire. An estimate about a couple hours ago, they said it was 75 to 80 acres, but then about an hour ago from now, they said that it's up to possibly 300 acres.
I remember seeing just the smoke coming over the hill earlier, about 1:30 today.
Within just a few hours, smoke visible miles away and fire bearing down on several homes.
And I went and knocked on all the doors here and told the people on this side that there's a fire threatening.
Neighbors watched as firefighters battled the blaze by bulldozer, by foot, and by air.
This fire will more than likely, after we get it under control within the fire breaks and monitored after we get through burning off, back burning some, we will be here monitoring it tonight, tomorrow, whatever it takes.
I'm very pleased to see this battalion of people and cars that I never saw in my life.
Firefighters moving into position, knowing this won't be the last forest fire this season.
Right now, it is extremely, extremely dry.
And it is very extremely dry. We haven't had any significant rainfall in several days. That's the bad news. But there is some good news for residents of this area, including the fact in just the past half hour or so, we've seen a decrease of firefighters. They've already moved out a bulldozer. That bulldozer was used to plow a fire line around the whole perimeter of this fire, which is estimated, like I said, at about 300 or so acres. But the good news for now is they're not worried about the fire tonight. The winds have turned calm, and that's not going to be so much of a problem for the fire spreading. They think they've contained at least this blaze. We're live in Dade County, Georgia. Mike Dell'Ostrito, News Channel 9.
All righty, that's good news there that they've contained it. Thank you, Mike. Well, the weather plays an important role in how quickly these fires spread, both in terms of winds and rain. So let us go now to the Storm Track 9 Weather Center for a look at the upcoming conditions. Rex, what you got for us?
Well, Mike, unfortunately, the area is very dry across the Tennessee Valley and no changes in the forecast. As a matter of fact, it's going to stay dry at least for the next 5 days. Humidity levels very low. Dew point levels around 25 degrees at the airport. That is mighty dry. And again, unfortunately, no rain in the forecast. Take a look at the live Super Doppler. Shows nothing. A clear scan all across the Deep South. Even a closer look around the viewing area here, it shows nothing is going on. A clear scan. And unfortunately, no rain is in that forecast. But I'll have that complete forecast coming up in just a few minutes, Mike.
All righty, we'll chat with you then. Thank you, Rex. Well, on the war front, an Afghan opposition fighter calls it the beginning of the collapse of the Taliban after they abandoned the key northern city of Mazar-e-Sharif and retreated toward the capital. Opposition forces claim to have seized 3 provincial capitals. They are also threatening to launch a major attack on Kabul within days. And U.S. warplanes have been bombing targets north of the city. The taking of Mazar-e-Sharif is a key victory for the Northern Alliance. It leaves the alliance in control of the areas bordering Uzbekistan, which could open supply routes to its fighters. And here at home, more anthrax has turned up in the Longworth House office building, also at the Hart Senate office building. But Capitol Police say there is little risk to health, and no one who works in those areas will be put on antibiotics. Capitol Police spokesman Lieutenant Dan Nichols says anthrax spores were found in the office of Democratic Congressman Elijah Cummings of Maryland on the 6th floor of the Longworth House office building. That office was already closed because it was next to an office where anthrax was discovered. Anthrax also was found in several additional spots in the Hart Senate office building, where a contaminated letter was opened last month in Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle's office. Well, it is just 1 day shy of the 2-month anniversary since September 11th, and folks here in the Tennessee Valley are showing their thanks to the heroes of New York City. The Chattanooga Parks and Recreation Department invited people to come out and make cards that will be sent to people in New York. Kids and their parents made cards with messages for those still struggling to return to normal.
This whole program started with an email that was sent from a citizen from New York City, Flo Samuels, and he just looked like a natural for a rec program.
They took their time to go up there to help our country, to get those people out and see who they can save, because they cared.
Now, the cards from the kids will go to children in New York. Those from adults will be sent to New York firefighters and police officers. Well, hundreds of folks hope to come home today with a big bargain to mark their start of the holiday shopping season. That is the sound of an auctioneer at the Bradley County Justice Center. The Bradley County Sheriff's Office is selling some old cars and computer equipment to the highest bidder. Some are having a good time going for the highest bid. Others, well, they're looking forward to going home.
It's fun. It's fun, along with might make a little, you know.
Anything but this. Are you bored? Are you bored?
No, I just got here.
Okay, stay another hour.
Well, the Bradley County Sheriff's Office is expecting to rake in around $20,000 by the end of today. Well, last Tuesday, voters chose new political leaders in communities around the area. Today, some kids cast ballots in Hamilton County. Kids in the Weekend Academy program meet twice a month on Saturdays to focus on different topics. Today, well, they learned how to vote using real ballots prepared by the Hamilton County Election Commission, then cast their votes on leadership positions within the academy.
This was kind of the culmination of them actually coming, being able to cast their ballots. Their name were on the actual ballot sheets, and so they got to vote for themselves and vote for the community service project that they will be carrying out, which is our theme for next month.
Kids from several different inner-city schools are nominated to take part in the Weekend Academy. Well, as we mentioned a bit earlier in the show, brush fires are indeed raging across the region. That means the skies are also filling with smoke. So, can we expect any rain in that forecast? Rex, bad news there, right?
Well, Mike, unfortunately, the weather will remain dry at least for the next 5 days, but temperatures will be nice. That forecast coming in.
You're looking at soldiers, citizen soldiers and their families, members of the Army National Guard. They train part-time to be ready when they're needed by our country. They live in your communities, building civilian experience, pursuing higher education and personal goals. They're friends, neighbors, teachers, accountants, fathers and mothers, sisters and sons, getting good pay and benefits while giving something back to the country they love. Join them. Call 1-800-GO-GUARD and discover the part-time job with full-time pride.
In the Army National Guard, you can.
We've had a lot of fun telling our story at Nice Cars, but when it gets right down to it, the reason Nice Cars sells so many cars is because of quality and affordability. You see, we're serious about our commitment to help you get into a good, dependable vehicle within your budget with payments that are well below what our industry will allow. So, if you're looking for cheap junk, check our competition, but that's not who we are. We sell nice cars to good people, and we have a little fun in the process.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Good.
The teachings of Jesus Christ never did anybody anything but good. The influence of Christianity has never been anything but good in building a people to greatness. This generation cannot afford to abandon the source of America's true strength and greatness. It's the purpose of Churches of Christ to get us back to the Bible and faith and morals. I'm Mac Lyon. Join me this week in Search of the Lord's Way.
We invite you to join us for In Search of the Lord's Way.
Welcome back. Rex joins us now, and unfortunately, it is just a grim situation out there in terms of the brush fires, although a beautiful day out today.
Oh, the weather is beautiful, especially like you lived in a desert. I mean, unfortunately for us, we need the rain here. And it's very dry. November has started off extremely dry and no rains in the forecast for the next 5 days.
That's tough. That's bad for the firefighters.